Hello, everyone. Let me fix my webcam. I'll find a fix for this eventually. The whole not having my webcam settings get messed up every time I switch scenes. But that's good. Hello. So, yeah, we're doing more blenderingness today. Let me move this so that it like matches with my webcam. So, we are today going to be making a cartoony raccoon thing that I'll be voicing. I don't have a voice for it yet. We'll see. I'm considering playing around with voice filters to some degree. I'll have to experiment with that. But yeah, so we're going to be doing some character designing stuff. Hopefully it goes well. We'll see. It's up in the air. So first thing that I need to grab, which I should have grabbed before, but I didn't. I'm waiting for people to come in, perhaps. Save image. Let me get my reference images. I had reference images. Or I want to actually save them somewhere. Okay, where am I putting this? Probably in here and... Where are you? Oh, I'm looking for a certain folder here. G, where's G? GitHub. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? Wait, what? Do I not have that stored there? Wait. Where do I have that stored? Hold on. Un momento. Hold on. I'm a professional. I'm not prepared at all. Okay. I'm looking for something. A certain project. This. Where are you stored? Oh, I don't have... Oops. That might be a problem. Okay. I need to I uninstalled a version of Unity I didn't mean to uninstall. Yeah, oops. Okay, well. Does this have any changes to pull? I'll explain what I'm doing in a moment. Okay, you're fine. Okay, okay. So I can worry about this later. I just need to know... I need to know where that's going. Is it in here? Ah, there you are. Okay, found it. Are you in here? We made this models Raccoon. There we go. Okay, hold on. Raccoon, that still needs a name. I'll explain myself more in a minute, and there's no one really here for me to explain myself to, but reference images. Okay, now I need to save images in places. Do not need this. I need this guy. This needs to go in here. Yeah, this is setting up that I should have been doing before. What do I call you? What do I call you? And... oh god, not that one. This for like color. I might be grabbing some more reference images. We'll see. I need a real life reference. Just a... okay. Is that... wait, is that... I don't know if that was actually saving as images properly. Wait, I don't think they were. Oops. Oh, what's going on? Oh, you're not. Oh, no. Ah. Oops. Problems. And I lost the images. Ah, where'd they go? Ah, no. Nope, nope. Okay. So what I'm doing is from a Discord thing, I'm just grabbing some images that I'm using as reference and saving them in a place where I can potentially import some of them into here. Save image is what I wanted. Oh, I got rid of the PNG part of it. Okay. So this is art style reference. And you guys will see the images in a minute. I just need to like sort this out. Okay, now you're good. Okay. So here, you guys can look at this while I'm setting this up. Should have done this before starting the stream, but whatever. So this I did not make, full disclosure. Why does this keep trying to go to my downloads? Go to the like most recent folder I was in, please. Color reference. Oh, I like your town's tail, maybe. Yeah. Okay, then a real life reference. Okay. Real life reference. Okay. That didn't go to the right place. I will do that again. Gah. We'll be set up in a moment, folks. Again, was not prepared. Okay, I need one more. I don't know where it is. You here. How do I... oh, no. Do I not have... wait, do I not have the other one? What? The most important one. Wait. Where are you? Hold on. One image. Literally the only one I actually needed. I can't find. Hold on. Is it in here? One second. Where is it? There you are. Okay. Is that my stream notification? Yes, it is. Even though I already put put one out already. Okay, I need to go find something. So, please tell me this is gonna work. Please. No. Need to log into thing off screen. Don't mind me. So my email. Ah. Okay. 1 second. I just need to. I just need to get a certain image thing that I'm using as reference. Okay. Confirmation code. This one. Thank you. All right, we'll be there in a minute. I thought I had that on the other one on Discord, but no, apparently not. Okay, so yeah, let's do this. Don't we download? No, why? No, oh, continue in browser. Thank you. Yes, there we go. Found you. Save image as. Jeez, that shouldn't. It took so long. Okay. Proportions reference, and that is also going in this folder. There we go. Jeez, that shouldn't have taken that long. All right, close that stuff, and let's do this. Okay, so as a recap, not a well, I think I've explained this on some stream before, probably, but. Well, yeah, of what the general thing is, I know I have for that. But I am making a game with a group of people for a school thing that's going to be an educational VR game, essentially. Now, what our group has been assigned to do is doing a trash sorting game. So taking the concept of sorting garbage and make it as entertaining as possible. I still have an abstract adventure open. This is another game I'm working on. It's cool. I think I'm actually going to close that for now because it's not what we're doing here today. In the meantime, though, I need to download a different version of Unity that I accidentally uninstalled. So I might do that. Let that be happening in the background. Hopefully that doesn't tank my internet. So I'm making this trash sorting game, and the goal being to make it as entertaining as possible. Make it arcadey and fun. I mean, it's in VR, so hopefully, yeah, it'd be fun to be grabbing object off a conveyor belt, throwing it into bins, hopefully that'll be fun and all that. And one part of this game is we're hoping to have this mascot-esque character. Basically a person in-game that's giving you like the tutorial and talking to you through the levels and just saying different lines here and there for the sake of, because it can. And because it's a garbage sorting game, we're hoping to pick a raccoon, or we're making a raccoon for that. So we're making, hopefully today, the actual 3D model that this raccoon will be. And I don't know if how far we'll get into doing it, but we're hoping to start it today. So the first thing I'm actually going to do is I have a reference image to go off of. First, let me just save this where it's going to actually be. It's just going to require me to find it. Actually, it's over here. Here. Oh, here. This, this, and in here. Okay. Still doesn't have a name. Maybe, hopefully, at some point, come up with a good name for him. I don't know. But yeah. So we're going to start by deleting the cube. Or will we use the default cube? I don't know. Because sometimes it could be good to make stuff off of like a rounded sphere. Rounded cube sort of thing, rather than a sphere. You can get some benefits from that. So these are the 4 images that I have here. This is what we're using kind of for the proportions, sort of. This is the concept art that another person in my group drew. This is our kind of idea of what this guy might look like. And I got just a few other images. One for colors. This is a very low poly thing. Like an idea for colors. I don't know to what extent I'll follow along with this. Might go for more of a low poly thing. This was interesting. The fact that it's going to be more anthropomorphic. It's not going to be a raccoon like this. We're hoping to make it more anthropomorphic. While still maybe being capable of being animated to walk on all fours. I don't know. We'll figure that out. And yeah, he's probably going to be wearing a hoodie like this. Probably going to have the logo of my school on it. So that's the plan. Except completely different colors. I don't know if he'll wear pants or shoes. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, so combination of these images. And I just got another image of real life just to kind of keep that in mind. What raccoons look like in the real world. So that this with combination of other images I might Google is the general idea. Now first, wait, I wonder if I can do this. Oh my god, that's amazing. I didn't know that you could do that, and I don't know how long that's been a thing in Blender. That's amazing that you can just drag and drop images in. Oh, I love that. That's amazing. Okay. It's not the type of reference images that's like always in the background of everything, but I can make it work. If I can pick the right direction to turn to. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna start setting this up. So I don't have a side image, which usually you want like a front and back, but maybe that's okay. Maybe I can work with it. Okay, so what I actually want with this, I think, is for it to be in front and with opacity of like not that much, or I mean a lot of opacity, but yeah. Okay, and then yeah, it's moving the background. So there, that's kind of... right. This is the front. Well, yeah, no, I should angle it this way, shouldn't I? Yeah. Very well then. I shall do that. Is that good enough? Might as well get it exact. Feet on the ground. Feet on the ground. Have be symmetrical. And size-wise, I don't know. I mean, in theory, I mean, he's going to be like... Oh, right. That's not how... the origin's not going to scale like that. Can I change the origin of this? Nah, whatever, it's fine. Right, I didn't really think about scaling, and that's something I should think about. I mean, I can make him being big to start and then shrink him later. I have that capabilities. I'm going to leave that over there in case I want to bring up any of those images. Or put them in here. I'm not sure. Maybe I go for just like a height of from roughly here to roughly here. Oh my gosh, I can hit the right buttons. Also, keep in mind, I haven't used Blender in like a while. Quite a while. Yeah, okay, this works good, I think. No, top of his ears being the top of that. Or, that's good enough, okay. So he's around, well, I mean, this would make him 2 meters tall, I think. Because I believe that's how Blender units do. But we can shrink him down later. Okay, so I'm not sure how I want to start this. I have 2 possibilities. And one thing I might do also as a bit of reference is bring up another one of my characters that I've made. No, Blender, come on. Blender, open up 2 instances of you. I know you're capable of... Why is it not? If I do this, it should be opening up another version of Blender. Fine, whatever, okay. Oh, I'm gonna bring up my my character, my another character that I've made, my animated self, because some of the topology of that I might use as reference. We'll see. Where do I have him saved? I actually have him saved in a few places, kind of as backups. I believe he's over here. Yes. This and this. Okay. Shablam. Nope. In a moment. Possibly. Any day now. Okay. Well, execution. Bam. So this is this guy. He looks a lot better in actual rendered mode. There. Which, something to keep in mind. I think this is also a good thing to have in mind. So this was a guy I made a while back, but he does not look great in this view, especially, I don't know, like he has more like wrinkles and all that, and the colors just aren't great. So I think that's something good to keep in mind when we're making our raccoon, is that there's a good chance, it's likely, that a lot of it will look terrible and ugly kind of until the end. So that's what I'm going to keep telling myself as it looks bad. But yeah, something in this general art style. I think I'm going to stick with kind of a low poly, like not really having textures and everything's kind of solid colors. Or I might use procedural textures to a degree with this. I'll experiment with it. A lot of this is experimentation. I don't know how much the end result will resemble this guy. He might change a lot. We'll see, simply put. So, yeah. And also I should mention that one thing that's kind of important is it doesn't really matter how it looks in Blender. It matters how it looks in Unity, because that's what it's going into. So that's something to keep in mind. So how do I want to start making this guy? I have two options. Either I start in a way where I'm just like, make the model with good topology kind of to start, or I pull out some sculpting tools and then do some retopology. Because I'm playing around, maybe sculpting would be. I'll do sculpting. I'll experiment with that. On a rounded cube, and do I do face and body at the same time, or do I fully focus on face and then fully focus on body? I want both at the same time, because if I like design the head and the body separately, it might be difficult to. Shoot, I gotta take this call. Okay, I'll be right back. Un momento. All right, we're back. And of course, the webcam keeps doing that, but it's an easy fix. The color's weird. The colors are fine, I think. Okay. We're back. Yeah, let's continue making a raccoon, shall we? Okay, so what were we doing? So right, yeah. I'm still trying to figure out the best way of going about this. I haven't 3D modeled anything in quite a while. Now I'm hoping that I can pull this off. So I have two ways of how I could start this. Either by just, well, directly modeling it, starting by the head and going down, or I could start the body and then do the head. Or I could do some sculpting stuff. I haven't done sculpting stuff in a while. So you know what? I'm going to play around with sculpting, I think. So first thing I'm going to do is taking this cube, subdividing it a few times. Oh, I'm going to do a thing as well. Get this to match better with my webcam. Like that. No other reason than it looks nice. And less likely for me to be blocking stuff, because right now I'm only blocking the names of objects behind my head, which is going to just be one, and it's called Raccoon. Okay, so I probably want to subdivide that many times. Sure. Oh, leave the other cube. Rename this to Raccoon. Raccoon. Okay, so... okay, now I have to remember how I do any of this. So I also don't have a side view, so that's a little unfortunate, but I will start by just modeling to the front as best I can. I'm not, why is this weird? Hold on. I don't have this set up very good. I need this to, do I need it to be more transparent? To be able to see more of the object itself. Just kind of, I loosely just want how this goes around. You know, even actually, like using the sculpting tools without using dynamic retopology, oh, wait, I need to back up to before I move things. Could be good in that, like, I don't necessarily, like, this could lead to something that has decent topology. We'll see. I don't know to what degree I might be doing lip syncing, and I fear for that, but okay, we'll see. I'm hoping that I can, I don't know, get away with just kind of like a very generic, just kind of like meow, 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 meow with the mouth, and not have actually like, I don't know, we'll see. Not be too intricate with it. The guy is small as well, so that can help to kind of hide it. Okay, what am I doing? Going into sculpt mode. I'm not going to have dynamic retopology on yet. But, oh, I wanted this to be mirrored for now. Okay, so let me start by just getting the... I'm already like, this ain't what I want. I just want to get the basic shape to start. And this is already like an egg. Okay, well, and just focusing on the head, and then we'll kind of do the body. But I don't want to like finalize the head before I've even started the body, because I want to make sure that like they kind of match in style. You know, that's the plan anyway. Yeah. Also, this guy doesn't have to end up looking exactly like this. I can take whatever creative liberties I want, probably. We'll see what happens. Okay, so on the side. Okay, this is definitely one problem, that I just don't have a side view. I'll make do what I can. And I don't know if the back view is really gonna help too much here. How did this get so not centered? Get back here. Okay, maybe, I don't know. Let's see. I don't know, can I get like a side view of just a raccoon to use as like a, even if it's not the same, just like what does a raccoon look like from the side? Raccoon side profile. Okay. So again, we're kind of cartoonifying it. You know what would be a good reference, maybe? A little bit of this. What's his name? That, yeah. This guy. Over the hedge. RJ. Because that's anthropomorphic raccoon right there. Can I just see a screenshot that's kind of decent from the side? Okay, not really. I just want to see, like, how wide is the face? So it has like a, okay, no, again, it has like a kind of circly bit with how the nose and mouth area are decently rounded in shape. Okay. I don't know. This feels like a lot wider than I'd want. Being indecisive. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, how did I mess this up so much already? Let me just kind of... Whoops. It's like the side, like it's not, the side is like this is not good from like the side. If I flatly design it from the, like you have to design, you have to model it in a way that actually works like 3D-ified. I'm tempted to maybe not do sculpt mode stuff. Here, I won't delete that yet, even though it's kind of horrendous. I go Raccoon 2, and let's try maybe just directly modeling it like this. Okay, so I don't want too many subdivisions to start. Let me make it so I can't select the background. Not like that. What buttons is it? Oh, this one. Hold on. Is this one for selectable? That's it. Bam. All right, now I can't select the background. That makes it a bit easier. So I was lining up like the top there. See, this is easier to line up from one side because I know. I know it's still symmetrical. Where's buttons for? Oh, I'm rusty. I'm rusty on this. Where is this? What I'm looking for? Proportional editing, and make it symmetrical. And to help with the symmetricalness, oh, okay. If I do this, and mirror modifier. And then on top of this, I'm going to have another subdivision that's not applied. Okay. So now let's get this to be, I'm basically going like with the smoothing part, like as if this was fully round first, and then I'll do the kind of whoosh thing after. Ideally. Okay, so also, in terms of what lines up, it's more important that this lines up rather than the actual up here. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay. Would it be useful to have the back of it? Like to actually set this up so I can do this and see the back? Probably. I'll do it real quick. Duplicate. Okay, there you are. Back view. Okay. You invert bois, not you. This. Invert. No, invert on here. Does this not line up? Or I might just have to do more to get it to line up. Oh, perfect. Oh, I know, I had it. I had it perfect. Nice. I like how well that lines up. Except for the tail, but that's okay. We can manage there. Okay, so... what was I able to do? I need to change the settings to actually get this to actually show up the way that I want it to. Like this one being... Okay, oh, that's it. Okay, yeah, there you go. Don't have a side view, but it's fine. Okay, so let's continue. After making both of these non-selectable. Okay, so does the back view really help not much more with making the head shape? Eh. But it might be helpful later. Mainly when I do like the ears, I imagine that might be more helpful. Okay, so got kind of a head shape. Just struggling to think of how best to sort of 3D-ify it. Like what really to do to the back and the front. Although maybe that'll be something easier to kind of see when I put in ears, hair, tuft thing, these bits. Okay, so how about for now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make each bit sort of separately. Like, I'm going to make the hair... I'll make the ears now. Not like that. Like, temporarily turn off mirror. Well, no, I didn't need to do that. No, I didn't need to do that. Did not need to do that. Bring that back. Turn off clipping. Move that. Turn on clipping. This is going to be the start of the ears. And then maybe I'll attach them later. In theory, it'd be better to like sort of extrude into ears, but I'm not settled on the actual shape of this stuff, so I'm purposely not doing that yet. Okay, so let's give this some more subdivisions. Not too many yet. Okay. 3, I can use hotkeys. All right. This should come to kind of a point, so it makes sense that this ends in a point. So let's just have that go straight to like here, and then I might actually hide this for now, and then make the ears on its own. Okay, well now I want this. There, actually that helped. That's so much better. Proportional editing. Woo. I also want this to kind of go into the head for now until I eventually do whatever it is I'm going to do with it to like attach it properly. All right. This loop should be closer to the top, I think. Could have just done an edge slide, but whatever. Like, yeah, the pointy edge shouldn't be as far away from the main, from the loop below it. Okay, so from behind, okay, decent start. So now if I were to do the whole inner ear part, how could I do that? Would that just be a matter of taking these and... Oh, actually I can do a bit better than that. I think if I first were to take this, that can help make more of the point. And then... Okay. Inset and extrude? Or do I just want to extrude? Extrude and shrink. I almost want to, like, because I want to sort of exaggerate details to a degree. So I'm actually tempted to do what I just did. If I inset and then extrude, add more loops in there. I kind of want, like, the inner part to crease more. So actually, hold on. Maybe I can do that better if I were to just extrude it in again and scale. But then add a loop cut on the inner part. That's something. Okay, he looks like a cat, but he's starting to form. Okay, what I also need, I need more detail on the, like the in-between, which I think means that I need that to be more flat. So I actually think I need this. Okay, what? Okay, well, actually, I'm just achieving the same result where if I just had inset. Actually, so I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to take back what I just said, because I do actually need, oops. I think I do want to inset so that I can get more detail of what is essentially this kind of shape. Except, actually, I want to do something. If I do this, if I don't select these edges, will you still inset, but like not? No. Okay. I was hoping I could basically inset, but like not on that side. Very well. Do this, and then can I almost repair this before I extrude? So how do I want to do this? I almost want to just like delete this vertex. Move these down in this direction to make it almost kind of flat. Yeah, there we go. And then repair this by going a little something like, make that a face, make that a face. That works. I could add more loop cuts, like I had this being a loop cut going around and, or, nah, it's fine. It's geometry that's like temporary and probably to be deleted eventually anyway, so it's okay. Because eventually I'm planning to combine this with the head as all one mesh, probably. Okay, so I do that. I want to scale down a bit so that that's not going in as much. All right, ears. Yeah. Now this I don't want to like round as much. I don't want to curve inwards as much as it is. Okay, okay. All right, it's a start. It is a start. Okay, I think I overdid this. Next, let's get all the basic features in here. I don't know how I'm gonna do this whole ordeal. How to represent that, other than just like having the edges kind of go in that shape and then insetting in. Would that look? Was that gonna look weird though? I mean, yeah, on a real raccoon, this translates more to a color change. But it is like, it is, okay, it is more like fur over top, so insetting it in kind of makes sense. It's like the same with the ears, kind of, not really, but, okay, yeah, insetting in here, that might be fine. I think what the other one did. And this isn't really, like, this is very different from what we're going for, but just I like the, I mean, the sweater and the anthropomorphism and the lighting. You know, this lighting, I don't think I could translate to Unity very well. But it does have, like, these things. Interesting. It does the colors differently. It does it actually quite differently. This, I have it going around the eyes. In this, it's, like, going around here. So I guess it's just different. Just different. That's that. This low poly one has this kind of thing going on. So it's like actually, it's just, yeah, design choices. Like, you can make a raccoon and have it look very different. And also, again, we're going for something that's more like it's purposely cartoony. Like, yeah, it's wearing a sweater. Okay, so I think next I'm gonna do the the little circle on front for this. Except that's not really like a circle. Well, okay, it's the way that it's drawn, but I have to 3Dify that and have there be a mouth that actually opens and then like a nose. So that might be more something that attaches onto the main head shape the same way that like this kind of shape happens. Okay, so maybe how about I try to make this shape without breaking everything? Would be nice. And I guess I'm just gonna do it like this to start, and then I'll 3Dify it in a minute, because that doesn't entirely work if it doesn't work good on the plane that is the 3D-ness of it. I almost want to maybe flatten this part and then kind of build off of it. Or do I want to? Because actually, like on a raccoon, like that part usually goes forward more, right? If I were to design it that way, but like on this guy, it doesn't protrude forward quite as much. Choices. This is the hard part about this. It's not me just trying to plan the 3D modeling stuff. It's designing it as well to a degree. Let me just make these match up a little better. Okay. Do I want to maybe try the... Can I really do these outer things? Like, this looks like I don't just want to, like, move this into that shape. I need more loops and stuff to achieve that. But what's the best way of actually blendering it together? Also just kind of clean that up. So it's like I need at this point for it to curve outwards, but just doing, like, moving these guys out and trying to move the vertex there, I want this guy down. Ain't gonna cut it. Because I definitely need more vertices. Because I don't want to put this as the inside and then this as the outer side. So I definitely need more loops for this. So I think I want to loop here and a loop here. And I probably will want to loop there. So, okay. So this becoming more of the going down more before going out. This being the outermost spot. Maybe this would be better if I did this. I can then more so see where the vertices are. This makes it a bit harder to move things sometimes because they don't always move how you maybe want them to. But in X-ray vision, it's easier to then see things. Okay, how did I want this again? Okay, I want this to be the outer one and this to be the inner thing. I think. Okay. Do I want one in between there? I might. No. Okay, now I need to also kind of maybe a bit better 3Dify that. This also needs to be more pointy. It's not as pointy as it should be. I mean, that's partially because of the subdividing, but you can still kind of make somewhat pointy things without subdivision. But let me turn off this. Okay. Okay, maybe move the base of the ears up a little bit more, up this way. Just to be a bit further from this. Okay, why is this being weird? Not sure. And you know, I think I will extrude in this at this point in time. At this juncture. Still don't know what I'm doing with the face part, but I'm gonna go in a little bit more than I need to. Strange. Interesting. So, okay, if I were to do the nose part, do I want it to look that circular? It looks just like a ball with a mouth and a nose on the end of it. I mean, I can try to do that. And it also comes out of the inner part, so not the inner... not from the outer part. So if I try to make this kind of be more circular. Gonna experiment anyway, see if this goes anywhere productive. Okay. If I were to do this, how dumb does it look if I were to then just extrude this and then hope to make a mouth out of it? Why are you going that way? Huh. Not as terrible as I was thinking it would be. So then how would I do a... That's out too far, but... I also don't think, now that I look at it, that these tufts on the side should be this, go out this far. It's supposed to kind of go out to a, I mean, if I were to follow this, it's like it comes out to a point, not a whole crease along the side. So we continue to experiment. Okay. Oh yeah, look at this. This is not something I want. Try not to add too many vertices too quickly, you know? Okay, so let's maybe undo what I had done to like this. Not completely, but kinda. Again, we have more subdivisions maybe, and also how to smooth it out. Smooth, shade smooth. This is more what we're actually looking at, which is getting there. So now with this in mind, maybe now we made better to make a point out of it. Be more of a point, please. What would help this? Be more, look like more of a point. Maybe if these were closer together. Do I need more? Wait, if I were to, oh, there we go. Interesting. Okay, so if I were to Control B, like bevel this. Oh, there we go. Okay, so not actually having this end in a point, but end in a few vertices. Okay, that allows me to control the point a lot better. Okay, interesting. All right. Ah, give me this one. I know you're in there somewhere. Okay, so now I might be getting somewhere better. Okay, so now I still want the same kind of a point thing here. So if I turn this into a few. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, that's figuring out the topology of it, I guess. Okay, it's getting somewhere. Getting to a better place than it was before. I think the more I scale them together, the more it becomes like a point. Okay. And again, I can take whatever creative liberties I want with it. If I decided that I wanted, like, these to be the bigger one, like, I could, I don't know, see if that looks better. In this case, it doesn't. But just throwing that out there. Something's like a little bit off with this one. I'm not sure what it is, or how to what to do about it. I don't know if maybe I want like if this needs more vertices, like another one like in. Oh, I broke the edge loops. Ugh, okay, I won't worry about that right now. Okay. If another loop like going through the middle there to have more definition here might be good, but for now it's good. Good starting point. Okay, so now I still think this looks a little bit is not how I want it. I think coming up a bit more is a bit better. Okay, I'll revisit that. Also notice that this thing has tiny ears. Mine has really big ears. But oh, the little tuft on top. Okay, I can do that next. What? Oh, this isn't part of the mesh. Okay. I was confused. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's get that to be in the right sort of spot. So, okay. This is not symmetrical. I can see that. But for now, I'm going to make it symmetrical so that I don't have to apply the mirror modifier. In theory, I'd like want to model it to be straight up in a more neutral position, and then I animate it to curve, so that, like with like a bone or something, so then I can have more, so I can do more with that. So let's, going off of that premise. Oh, have I just been moving? Why is this doing, why, you're not supposed to do connected only, that's why you're being weird, okay. Undo, okay, that has been messing up too much, good. Okay, so I need the top to, oh, whoa. Okay, okay, not what I want. So it needs to be a lot thinner at the top. Oops. Being kind of like a better square shape if I imagine this continuing. Oh, I can use the kind of grid markings to help with that. Yeah, sort of. Actually, I can make this better symmetrical. Okay, so do something like this maybe. So it needs to like actually go into his head. Whoa, not like that. Okay, hold on. This. So do the same trick I did with the ears. I also noticed that there's two, and I'll do that probably. I don't know how, but I shall. Why are you... Oh, I need another cat there. That's it. That's what's going to make it more going around and not being flat. and do the just doing this. I want this to be a point, so if I did this same trick here. Oh, don't even be doing that. Interesting, interesting. I just realized that maybe I could have used curves for this, but whatever, it's fine. Why are you still so way more flat in the front than on the sides? Oh, widen you if that's what you need me to do. Something like that, I guess. And then for the so this is, it doesn't match this, but ideally I like animate it to match later if I do rig stuff. I might actually move the bottom of this up because of the fact that this, you can tell it kind of goes out and then like it looks almost like it gets a little bit bigger and then smaller. So you get like the tiniest bit of that curve. Not too much. Maybe the tiniest bit. Okay, and then for the tiny hair, I guess I'm just going to take, not that, take this, duplicate it, and put it behind, essentially. And smaller. So hopefully I can sort of curve that extra. So this isn't like a mohawk thing. Like the ideal is that like it's like bent and bent. So I don't know if they should actually be on top of each other or not. Oh, this isn't smoothed. Okay, not happy with this. Maybe this actually should be more in. I don't know, actually maybe it would be better if I just, for now, modeled it in those poses. Okay, how about I go separate, selection. Okay, you copied the modifier, so you know what? Fine, sure. No, come on. Take this, apply the mirror. Thank you. Don't apply the subdivision yet, though. Okay. No. Okay, so yeah, now I'm just gonna copy it directly, and maybe this will just look better overall because it doesn't look too good in a neutral position, but that was kind of expected. Okay, let me move this one out of the way for the minute. Out of the way for the minute. Bring it back in a second. Okay. No. No. Don't select the things that why? Oh my gosh, why are you selecting all the things I don't want you to be selecting? Just these, thank you. A little bit, something like this. Wonder if it should actually be like. Still looks weird. It doesn't look like round enough because these corners need to be kind of smoothed. That helps. Should do the same to these. What would happen if I dissolve these vertices? Oh, it dissolved their edges too. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I meant to like I could dissolve these vertices in a way that like their edges, like just connected edges. Okay, fine, whatever. Something like that. Okay. Don't know. Still unsure. In fact, also now I'm gonna, I think, delete this one and remake it out of this one. Funny how this almost matches up. Okay. I think this one, it looks like less of a point. Wow, that's not what I want. This one's mostly straight, so. What did I just do? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, that's a thing. Has that always been a thing? Whoa, that's cool. What? No idea that was a thing. Huh, that's kind of cool. I had no idea that button was a thing. I don't know how long that's been a thing. That's cool. That's kind of cool. I don't know what uses that has, but it's very cool. I mean, it's a very quick way to go like bam, 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 thing here, here, here. I can definitely see it being useful. So, no, yeah, it's cool. Oh, that's the difference between these two. That this is in more. Oh, interesting. Okay. And I might do the same on these guys. Okay, that helps a little. All right, coming along interestingly. Maybe I don't like that nose in the front though. Not yet. I mean, it's not done yet, but it's yeah, a lot more temporary. I don't know how to put a nose on that. Maybe from now I also make the nose be a separate thing, a little cube in front. Except, oops, I have to do the whole mirroring thing because that's how this currently is. Yeah, so far this is going decently. Still got a lot to go and a lot to do. But we're doing something. Oh, this isn't perfectly centered. Right? I don't think it is. Yeah, that's slightly off. Whatever, that's fine. Just go off of one side and it's good enough. Do I make this more of like a button nose? Oh, first of all, I actually gotta put it on the end. Oh, hold on. Keep the same thing there. Now, press the right buttons. Okay. Smooth shade it. Not like that. Oh, that did something interesting. I just want to see what that's doing. Huh. That actually look better. I mean, it made this thing a lot more subtle. Fascinating. Part of me's tempted to kind of go with this. Let me look at it like this again. I'm trying to make sure it didn't ruin anything. It may have actually made that worse, how that connects. Might not go with that for right now, but I'll maybe do it later. But that's not what I meant to do. Smooth shading. Because that's just something I can't come back from, where if I haven't done it yet, then I can always do it later. Okay, so this was... So how do I want to do this? Let me look at my references. It's like real life. Kind of more like flat on the top and then rounds underneath. I don't think I'm doing nostrils. Okay, so it's definitely the norm actually. Going more like a upside down triangle kind of shape, but rounded seems to be the move. Okay. But like a lot flatter of a triangle. I think a lot of this will just be better. Hopefully, like as I connect with things. How do I handle the mouth right now? I can just kind of cut into it and then make a bit of a mouth. Am I doing like tongue and teeth? This guy doesn't really have a proper like a mouth and eyes. It's what's all like on top, and in theory, if this, I don't know, if you wanted to communicate an open mouth, it looks like it'd just be kind of something you do on top, rather than like going into the mesh. Oh yeah, how am I gonna do eyes? I don't know if I can replicate those kind of eyes. So either I do like some kind of drawn like on top of kind of thing, like Wind Waker, or I model, you know, full-on facial expression like this, and there's trade-offs to both. Why is that? What's all that like white? The inside of my mouth isn't shiny. Tempted to go the modeling, like fully modeling, you know, eyeballs and mouth. If I do this, I'm gonna try and like basically go for more like human-y eyes. I'm not gonna like, well, but yeah, like I'm basically giving it like a human-y face because anthropomorphism, kind of, like RJ in Over the Hedge. And you have like, he has like not just pure, he doesn't have just pure black eyes, I believe. Anyway, so whiskers. I completely forgot that whiskers might be a thing. Am I doing whiskers? Interesting how a lot of these guys don't. I mean, doing that kind of hair stuff, see that being difficult. Yeah. Okay. Let's give this guy some... Okay. It's a decent start. I'm just trying to like decide how I'm doing certain things. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. Why do you keep hair? Why do you keep setting? I need to figure this out at some point, but at least I can consistently deal with it. I say that every time, but yeah. All right. So I think let's give this guy some color, shall we? That's gonna help with this. What is this? Oh, this is this little hair. Raccoon hair. I think I'm fine with deleting the other one. I think this is kind of what we're going to be going with rather than the retopology thing. Yeah, okay. Raccoon hair, eventually they'll hopefully be the same model. Yep. Hold on. Talking to my group about this. Okay, so yeah. One second. One second. Un momento. Okay, so color. Yes, let's do color. So let's go. What colors I'm gonna need? Let's go raccoon for now. Bois. Nose. I'm gonna need a. So I'm gonna need two fur colors effectively, like gray fur. I don't know what I'm doing coloring wise other than it being raccoon colored. Looking at this guy. So obviously I'm not doing this level of fur. But essentially I need like an outer color and an inner color. You know, this is a different way of how it's done it. I don't know if I'm gonna do pink inner ears. I might leave it kind of like, you know, this kind of way. Why does it keep flipping through multiple? Okay, so would you still call this fur? Like fur, this isn't fur and skin. It's like fur 1 and fur 2. Fur. I don't like having a color name in the name of a material, so I want to be able to change the color without having to rename the material. Primary. There's spaces in there. And I guess fur secondary. Okay, so this being like a, I don't know. I could go for like just like a gray and let's just go grays. So first I'm going to start by applying this to everything. Why am I not seeing this? Oh, well, okay. I shall do it in rendered view. Fine. I'm not setting up the whole 3 light setup thing right now. Oh, these hair tufts are gonna have fur primary. Okay. So now, I'll continue. I'll tweak the actual like different settings of the material in a minute. Let's make first secondary white and have that affect the inside. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so colors, yes. So this was I can just do this one quickly. That. So the plan is everything on the inside here. Here, let me make this easier on myself by doing this. I can actually see things. So everything on the inside here, and I'm going to say the inner ears for now, which I don't know if it should include that part. I'm going to say no for right now. This is all going to be secondary color, but then I can change what that color actually is in a moment. First of all, I mean, that's just too white. Interesting. I can make him any color I want. Yeah. I would like him to have a bit more saturation to him, like not just pure black and white in his colors. Cool. Let me go to this one in this view for a moment. I mean, that's the like colors that kind of make sense, but they like that. I don't know. So in terms of tweaking how the colors are actually happening. So, okay. I mean, what happens if I did this? This is not going to look good, right? I don't think so. What about on the ears? Actually, maybe it's not too bad on the ears. Actually, I kind of like it on the ears. Okay. So what if I did this? I don't know if I like it. Do I like it going around the bottom like that? This whole nose area is weird. I mean, might want to actually change a bit of how this is. Wow, yeah. Oh, here's a random idea. If I made the inner one a different color, just to experiment with it. I don't know if I don't think I like that. Okay. Okay, now I just want to mess with the, this doesn't translate to Unity very well, but for now, for the sake of looking cool, I want to dabble with this kind of stuff. I shouldn't mess with subsurface. Even though it could look cooler, it's something that will not translate to Unity, so I shouldn't use it if I can't actually use it, you know. I don't know what should the fur be shiny? No. Roughness. Make him look like a porcelain doll or whatever. I don't know what I want to have happen here. I don't know. I'm bad with lighting and stuff. Here, let me do real quick, just kind of like blah. Oops. That whole like triple light setup that you usually do. I don't know why I'm doing it like relative to the camera, but eh. And usually you'd give them different like brightnesses and stuff, but whatever. I do want these to be pure white lights. I wouldn't want to tint the lights right now because I want to see the colors under their truest light. So that's not something I want to change. Okay, so this is this. I might also, for the heck of it, make the hair more not symmetrical, or like not so flat in a like the plane of the it's like side view. Just add some more visual interest. Okay. Okay. I'm also going to move this over as well. Oh, that should be good enough. Okay. Don't want to overdo it, but okay. Sure. It looks almost like it L's, which I'm not sure if I like, but might be fixed by just taking this, moving it in. Okay. Color-wise, colors. I want to mess with this more. I don't know. Oh, made him a fox. Well then. And I could make him more brown. Ooh, interesting. That's making me think of a bear. This is just a bear now. Okay, let me undo. While that looks cool, I don't know if it really worked for this. This might be a bit darker. And then get rid of the whole, these guys. Make the nose shiny. How about that? Hopefully I can do something similar to the eyes. Here, let me just kind of do this. So just communicating with my group. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's do, I don't know what I want to do next. Oh, the inside doesn't match the, this. I kind of would like it to. Without completely breaking. Here, let me turn off this for the minute. And finagle this into working and doing what I want. Okay. Oh, right, but I need to do this. Yeah. All right. Slowly figuring things out. Slowly but surely. Definitely just is a process. Just takes time, especially when you're not too experienced and using programs you haven't touched in a long time. Okay, just make this, don't make this look worse. Like that. Why is there no... I think I need an extra loop around here to control this. What's going on here? What's going on with this? Do I need a loop on the whole inside loop, maybe? No, I don't. Why is this the subdividing? It's like fine here. This is kind of what I want, but it's just not doing what I want on here. I do this too much, then it just creases that. Could it be because... Oh, probably just because of the way the loops are here. These have nice loops going up. This doesn't. There should be like something that kind of goes around to like this. The way that I've done this. Do I want to do maybe a knife cut? Okay, and then maybe knife this one all the way to here. Now that might just help this out a little. I don't know if I want this to, I don't know, how I want the topology of this to really be. If what I'm doing is good or no. All right, so. Okay, let's fix this, because this also is coming out too much. Because that's the thing it should be doing, is actually like, you know, maintaining the 3D-ifiedness. Like it bends actually as it goes around the head. Because, yeah, or it should do that at least a little bit. Oh, that's not a problem. Okay. Okay. Do I want a loop going down the front of this? I actually probably want this. One, for some more definition and around. And I'm probably going to want that anyways when it comes to facial stuff. Okay. Now, what am I doing here? I don't know if I like this, like, crease. So I wonder, should this just go to the upper part? As in doing maybe something like this. Then it kind of breaks there. Okay, so what if this did... I can restructure this, perhaps. Not like that. Delete faces. And if I made new faces, going from here to straight to there. And then I don't like this being a triangle. Can I have that not happen? But for now, is that better? Hard to say. Also, why is this going like whoop, whoop, whoop? Is the triangle stuff messing with that? Oh, it is. Oh, oops. Yeah, okay, I probably shouldn't have triangles like this. So how can I turn this back into quads? Let me start by maybe just deleting all of those edges for now to start. And then reconnecting this guy to over here. Except that's not actually gonna fix the face. Ah, let me undo. I'm messing with too much. Okay, delete edges. Have this go to here, F. How do I puzzle solve this? Oh wait, we got a quad there, but now a triangle here. Ideally, I want no triangles, all quads. Okay, so we do have a quad between these. So either this should go across in like a rows and columns kind of way, or it should go in like a rounded way, centralized around this. Should be kind of one or the other, not both. I'm also just noticing that there's a big gap here. If I put this, would that help anything? Well, it doesn't solve the triangle problem. Unless I just like merge these directly. Like if instead of trying to put faces in between this, if I just merged. Last. I think this then makes a good face. If I change the colors around. And that makes a good face. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Am I liking this? I don't know if I'm happy with this. Although I might be able to mend it. And first of all, I still have this triangle. That's probably not doing good things. So if I were to split this up into like two things, kind of, where I went like this, and then went and deleted this edge, made a face out of these guys, and then this makes it not a nice shape. So how can I fix that? Well, I was thinking basically, yeah, mending. Oh, it's around like this. That's not a. Now we got an end gone, which isn't necessarily better. Okay, how can I deal with this? Got just a lot of weird shapes that I'm not entirely happy with. Also noticing that this loop is doing weird things here. This should be... I'm actually going to knife cut this while I'm figuring this out. See, it's good to have good topology because it just causes less issues. Hopefully. So doing that, and then I could, I think, get rid of the, dissolve like this edge. Oh wait. No, there's a way I can make this good, I think. Am I just causing more problems? I could do that to start. How doth I do this? I don't like that being like that. That's better like that, I think, which would imply that this should maybe be moved out like that a little bit, so it's more of a gradual thing. Okay. All right, all right. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, this is still doing weird things. No. No. Well, it's because I still have the triangle there. I just kind of didn't really get rid of it. How do I do this? Why is it being so uncooperative? I have two triangles now. I have a lot of triangles. Mainly just the way this is curving around. It's simply problematic. I'm almost tempted to like, can I rebuild this in a better way? I wonder if I basically were to like, rather than this being in like a rows and columns kind of a way, if it was a more radial way of how these loops were, I don't know if that's really helpful. There's not something I'm just not seeing here, I think. This goes across. This basically effectively doesn't have the one there to sort of link up with. but it would if I did this. If I do this, now this is a quad. Maybe just introducing more loops is the ticket. But no. I mean, it seems to be a good thing to do here with the way that this looks. But then this goes across here. So, okay, this seems like... there's definitely something that doesn't need to be here, I think. Almost think that... it's this, I think. This whole thing doesn't need to be there. Or if it is, then I introduce it in a different way. Okay, so now that's all sorted out. And that brings me back here. Where okay, so I have this thing trying to go right, and I have this thing trying to go up. Or that way. It doesn't, the triangle throws it off. So where should this sort of loop be going? It should be going up, which means that it's almost like this effectively shouldn't be here, or not in the way that it is. So if I were to get rid of it, then I'm looking at something like this. Or maybe actually this shouldn't go up here because it should be going along like this. So what if I just got rid of that and just knifed this directly to here? Okay, something weird happened here as well. Okay, I guess this is doing this now. Still causing these weird holes. Oh, it's because there's two triangles now. Oh, okay, great. I'm almost tempted to just like delete and rebuild. But how? Okay, so if actually this was to go along with this, okay, I can do this. I can figure this out. Then this should follow suit. It's all about patterns, kind of. Maintaining the pattern that's being sort of established by how the vertex, like how they're flowing. Okay. So now this, not like that. If this were to go like here to here, face. Here, face. These two don't need to connect, I don't think. Okay. So now this should go to... Should that go to that one? Okay, well, this should go to this one for sure. And then rather than... Okay, so if I were to treat these as being, like, parallel, then, like, this would make a face. No, it wouldn't. It would just be... Wait, what? Oh, because this is like a halfway point. Okay, hold on. I got this. So it would be all these guys making a face, which that gets made better if I were to put a loop in there. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So now we have this, and then... So now this is this one's a problem because this doesn't have a way it's being completely going up, unless I add a thing. No, then it's doing weird things there. Okay. So what if? Here's the idea. What if instead of having this guy, I instead had this extruded across and into this, and this got up here, this to down here. That makes a triangle that I don't like. How can I have you not do that? If instead it went to this one. That's the play. Okay. Well, okay. I think we're almost there. Now I just do this and a little bit of this, this, and this. And there we go. No triangles to be seen. Woo for topology. Okay, there we go. And that looks better in terms of not having the weird, like, whoosh, whoosh thing. And I can tweak it more. Okay. It's like interesting, almost like a puzzle solving. Definitely more enjoyable than like other parts of modeling, like all the tediousness with like weight painting and rigging. Ugh. All right. How's this looking now? Still don't have. I would kind of like it to still follow the shape here that I have from the concept art. I'm gonna continue to see if I can get that to happen. Where's the red? I can barely see it, but it's there. I could also bring this into sculpt mode and work off of this and play around with that. Okay, so now one problem with this now, again, once this gets so far away, it causes problems. I need like another cut going down, I think. But I needed to do it in a way that doesn't introduce triangles, because that's what's causing things to look funky. So let's see if I can do this carefully. Okay, so I want it to come off of this one. How do I do this effectively? I can see that if I were to just extrude this all the way, like knife cut it all the way to here, that's going to make a triangle here. So how do I preemptively avoid that? I need like to have this kind of situation where it's like I get a thing going across that ends up being two things. So okay, I think I see it. Like a knife cut this down here, 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 and what if I went to this one? It's still a triangle, but let's be consistent. That to there. And then I think I just fixed this triangle by just doing this. And then knife cutting here to the middle. Oh. Well, I guess I'm doing this now. Sure. Well, that's got some extra vertices. Oh, well. It keeps the topology going. Way it should be. And I'm going to need more vertices with the mouth anyway, so I can totally see me like moving these guys down anyway, so that was probably going to have to happen regardless. Okay, so now another thing I can do is just kind of edge slide these up, edge, or no, maybe not, I'll just do it manually. Space these out a little bit better. All right, and, oh wait, what? Wait, what? We still have a triangle? What? Wait, what? And I thought I was specifically doing this to avoid this. How did that happen? No. It doesn't inherently look bad, but I just prefer to not, if I can help it. Did I not just... How did I manage that one? I mean, this looks like it could be solved. I just like merged these. How do I fix this? How do I fix this? This needs to go to there. This needs to go to that one. If I didn't, like this I just introduced. I just put it in this one. Oh, it doesn't even go all the way around. That's maybe a problem. So the whole point of why I did this, if I temporarily get rid of this, was because there's a big triangle from here to here to here. So why would... introducing this did not get rid of the triangle. It just kind of moved where it was while fixing this. So why did I fix it? How did I fix it there? Oh, this not being connected. Is that it? I don't know. I don't like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It still won't. Deleting this also doesn't, like, it makes us have an n-gon, which isn't better. Oh, you know what I need? Okay, I think I figured it out. I think I just need this, actually. I didn't need to bring it across. That's it. Okay, that's all I missed. So it's just that, as if that was to go up this way. So I don't connect it to this. Fine. Very well, then. If I were to then I do that, okay. And I think one thing I will just do for consistency is have it wrap around properly. Yep. Making sure I'm not missing anything else. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Right. Let's continue, shall we? So now again, I can pull this over more. That was what I've been working towards, to match more with what I have drawn here. I need to make it less transparent. I can't really see it well. I go to a different. Oh, you know what? I can see it fine here. Very well then. Move that down. This is a bit here. I'd like this to be a bit crease-like. All right. What is that? Oh, that's the back of it? Okay. Is that looking fine? Kind of. This one's still really wanting to pull itself up. Come on. Trying to fight the modifier here. Why is this trying to do that so much? How do I not do that? I mean, I could introduce another loop like this. Oh, that's doing funky things. Definitely not what I want. Yeah, that's not good. That's not how that should be behaving. Not at all. Oh no. No, it's fine. Oh no, is it fine? Maybe it's not so fine. So this one going up around becomes this, which goes up and around becomes... Or this wraps around to become this, which then ends here. Fascinating. You know, in theory, so this should be going up to here, and this, I don't know where it would be going. I don't know if I care to fix this. It's probably fine. The topology of it doesn't matter that much as I'm trying to deal with it. Okay. That's probably fine. Okay. We got our raccoon guy. I got... okay, that's better. I think this is fine once I mean, this shouldn't be so flat. It's just like right now it is because there's a lack of mouth. A distinct lack of mouth. I don't know what pun I was going to turn that into. Okay. Yeah, this area is a work in progress until I actually have more of a... Until I figure out what I'm doing with the mouth, which I'm still figuring out. So we could do eyes next. Maybe we do eyes next. So I'm going to start with a UV sphere. We're going to call this eyes. I'm going to... Actually, this has way too many vertices on it to start. Let me have that be significantly less. No. Oh my gosh. Let me do the things I want to do. This. With. Oh my god. No. I don't like... Nah. Alright. This. And maybe this many. Okay. Shrink it down. We're giving him more human-y eyes because anthropomorphism. I might try to do this kind of style of eyes. That's a lot easier done in 2D than 3D, but I can experiment with it. I mean, if I were to do this and then were to mirror this to make the other eye based on the raccoon. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, that's that. Give that a subdivision and then smooth it. Smooth. His eyes look so far apart. I don't know if I'm gonna have to like, no, and that looks worse. Okay, I mean, obviously I don't have like eye sockets or anything, so this is gonna look weird until that happens. But I might just make his eyes like a raccoon black for right now. I could give him... I'm gonna copy the nose material. Make it eyes for right now. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. All right. Fantastic. Also, just noticing that I might move this a bit more. Love the shininess. What else can I do to make like eyes? You make them super glossy, right? But not like there's like a point where it don't look good. Kind of like this that you go for, or something like that. Should be slightly metallic in theory. That making it more metallic makes it like reflect more of the environment, which I guess with eyes you kind of do that. This makes it kind of look like cataracts. I don't know if clear coat is what I should have. No. Okay. Well, let's try. I'm gonna try making this in the shape of what we have here. I don't know how I could replicate. Oh, that's definitely not something we want here. Okay, this is now just affected by the shape of the head. If it was more flat at the eye part, that would then be better. Or it might be anyway, I'm hoping so. Okay. Okay, that's an eyeball. Kind of. I think I might need to make it thicker on this just a bit, just so it doesn't clip as much. Especially if, like, as facial expressions happen, just not have to worry about clipping as much. Oh, wow, that actually helps. That's, wow, okay. I was considering him, as I said before, more human-y eyes, but, you know. This is something. I don't know if I can really replicate the, or even really should, the white that's there, that's more meant to be shininess from light above. So, like, that would be a result of, you know, light here. If I were to hide this light for a minute, then, like, there you go. You got the that thing. Let me try to just, because I can. Gonna try matching it up. Nah, I'm gonna move it back how it just was. Okay. I mean, I can totally play around with the brightness of the light. Make it like a different kind of light, like, you know, sunlight or whatever. Maybe that actually might be better for this. Maybe make all these sunlights. All right. This one definitely should be the, you know, not so bright one. Okay, this one should be the really dim one. I say as I make them all just the same. Okay, so this is the, I think, key light. This one's the backlight. And I don't remember what the third one's called. It's like a support light, but I don't think that's what it's called. I'm just gonna call it support light. Gonna move it further back, even though these don't, like, the position doesn't matter, but just moving it farther back anyway, just so they're further from the model. Okay. Again, I'm also purposely not coloring these because I want to see this guy under his, like, truest colors. Because I can totally, you know. Oh, I mean, got some interesting results, but yeah, I probably should be more focusing on, because like, yeah, no, I probably should just stick to white for now. I mean, I could do like the backlight maybe being a different color. Not that you really notice it. Okay, yeah, you notice it from the bottom there, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Interesting. Interesting results. What about this one? Yeah, I do mess with it a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so you can see the true color, and then you can see like a tint. Yeah, I do like a slight tint. More like an orangey, maybe? I don't know. Not like that orange. I'm just kind of messing around. Oh, wow. Interesting. That, but like not as much. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. I don't know then. This with less. Or more. Looks like he's just facing the sun. Okay, so orange and cyan, not the color combo I thought I'd be going with, but okay. But then I want the main light to stay being white, I think. Whoa, that's like the colors of, oh my god, it's like the colors of a normal map. That's funny. Yeah, that's gonna just stay as normal. I wonder if this one should be brighter though. Nope. I mean, it could be a little brighter maybe, but. Interesting. Okay, so now I might just go and on the lights hide them from. I don't want to hide them from view. I just want to make it so I can't see their these. I don't remember how to do that. Disable in viewport. That's it. And oh, I can do this too. Does that actually stop it from? It does stop it from existing. That I don't want. This and a little bit of this. What? No, I said disable in viewport, but you didn't. But you. I thought I was just. I thought I found the right thing. No, I just want you to disable your gizmos. Okay, here, let me try something. Make a new collection that's like lighting. Doing stuff behind my head, don't mind me. But, okay. Lighting. Port light. Key light. Can I really not make him, like, the lines disappear, but the lights still, like, exist? That's annoying. But fine. Well, I mean, what I can do is just move them out of the way, and because their positions don't matter, then it still looks the same. Alright, there we go. Gonna give it another little progress update. Gotta get the right angle here. Yeah, see, this doesn't look great from behind. I don't know. There's this thing going on. I can see a bit of like that. Hopefully that's so fine. I think that's something that will be kind of fixed in Unity when it does its like when it like does things to make the I don't remember the term, but it does something to the normals that makes it better. Okay. There we go. 1 second. I'm this talking the thing that I'm making this for. I'm talking with my group members about this. We're gonna make the body next, I think. Okay, so body now. I guess, yeah, this head isn't that bad. Other than, I still don't know what I'm doing with the mouth, but I will, hopefully I'll figure that out at some point. So I think now I'm gonna, yeah, move to the body. Do I want to just extrude downwards, or do I want to make the body its own whole object? I think the second thing I said there, just so that, oh my god, it's like he's, oh my god, it's like he's just decapitated on just a floating head. Great. No, just imagine giving him like a stick figure body. Hold on, I'm just doing this because it's funny. Wait, no, hold on. Committing to this joke. Little stubby legs. This way. I think this is funny. This is not anywhere close to what we're doing, but I think it's funny. Grindshell, Sticular. Hello, Grindshell. I believe you've been here before. Yeah, welcome to the stream. We're making a raccoon. Do you like the body? I spent so much time on it. I thought this was funny. Yeah. Okay, I need to like whoosh. All right. Yeah, okay. This. Gotta get the angles. Yeah, it's rad. Totally. Okay. So okay. Just wanted to make that joke. Okay. So now making actual things. But yeah, so this guy's coming along good so far. I don't know what I'm doing with the mouth, and I'm still, you know, making other adjustments in other places. But, yeah, okay. Anyways, making the actual thing now. Okay, so I'm going to do the same strategy that I did before. I'm going to make that just as a default. Using the whole rounded cube method. What I'm looking for, subdivision surface. Boosh. Okay. Things out of the corner of my eye are yeah, talking back and forth with my group members about the project. Because, recap, for those who missed it, this is going to be the mascot of a game that we're making. It's going to be cool. Oh, that's not what I want. Actually, okay, I'm just going to start over with a new cube. What just happened? Excusez-moi. Yeah, hold on 1 second. So we're making a trash sorting game, a VR game, an educational thing for like a school thing. More like a raising awareness for the environment, kind of a thing. Oh, yes! Okay, just got a side picture. Oh, that's gonna help so much. That actually helps a lot. Hold on, un momento. Okay. Where was save image? Hold on, getting a new reference image. That will be helpful. Okay. Raccoon side. I don't know. I need to get where I'm saving this. Blah. Black. And I should be able to just kind of go like, blah. And there we go. Perfect. That's gonna help. Both with making the head better and the body that I'm about to start. Just helping better with the whole 3D-ifying it. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is make it actually match up. So yeah, sorry, I keep jumping back and forth between the things that I'm saying. So this is a... Oh, hold on. Okay, This is for a game I'm making, an educational VR game where we're sorting garbage, but making it as fun and arcadey as possible. More for spreading awareness for the environment kind of a deal. But with this game, we're trying to make it as fun as we can and all that stuff. And a part of that is that we're making this raccoon mascot. This is gonna be in our game, and I'm gonna be voice acting him, so that'll be interesting. And yeah, it should be fun times all around. So right now, as you can see, it's coming along pretty well. I'm about to be starting to work on the body, but before I do that, or in part of doing that, I am setting up a new reference image that I just got for the side of the raccoon. Like this and 0.05. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So I'm starting by lining this up. Getting the... Actually, the size of these should be the same. In theory? No. Okay. Okay, so I just have to kind of guess. The closer I can match this up, the better. What I'm doing is matching up the front, because this image had the front on both of them. If I can match up this, then this should hopefully be pretty decent. Okay, so this does need to scale up a little bit more, I think. It's like close enough, it should be fine. Okay, well, it's definitely not right now, but... It shouldn't have to scale on any other axis, so I shouldn't have to just scale it on the Z axis. Something like that. Does that seem good? Okay, I think that matches. Okay, so now rotate it 90 degrees. Put it over here. Like bring back the head and kind of match it up. Oh, this is gonna help a lot with 3D-ifying the head more, or like just proportions of the head. How I'm dealing with like the nose. I think that'll help. Oh, okay. As these aren't entirely lined up. Oh well, I can manage. It's still gonna be helpful overall, even if I have to keep like moving the reference image up and down bit by bit. Yeah, as I said, it should be helpful. Something like that. Okay, so this is side view. And for organization and all that, I'm gonna make a new collection. Did I mean to make this? Yeah, there's nothing in that. Okay. This is going to be references. And this is going to have our 3 reference images in it. Because organization and all that. Now I'm going to go... Actually, here's what I'm going to do. This. So now, I can't click on those reference images, but they're there. Oh. I didn't move the back one in the right place. Weird. Okay. This. No, I want this. Okay. Cool. Macha-chan! He looks nice. Hello, hello, and yes, he does. This is the raccoon that we're making. It's actually coming along well so far. It's not done. It still has, like, ways to go, but it is getting there. And Just now, we're working on the body. Yeah, I jokingly made like a stickman body a few moments ago. That was kind of funny. But yeah, now we're actually making the body of this. And we're still going to be doing more to like the head and all that. Chrome is doing the raccoon's voice too. Yes, that is the plan. I'm going to be voice acting this guy. So I don't know how that's going to go. But it'll be an experience. Kind of want to hear how it's going to sound, lol. I don't know what voice I'm going to do. I'm not going to be voicing it like this. I might voice it like... I'll voice it like this. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what voice I'm gonna put on. Like kind of high squeaky, possibly. Actually, hold on. I have a thing I can pull up that might be a good indication of what this sounds like. I do think I'm gonna edit my voice to some degree. Experiment with like filters and all that stuff. What's thing I was just about to Google. What was I about to? Oh, one of my own videos. That was it. No, hold on. 1 second. Let me take this. Let me do this detour. Disco Dash. This was a game jam game I did a while back. Can you guys hear this? There's no sound right now, but no. So this is my voice. I don't think I'm gonna sound. I don't think this is not the raccoon. I don't think.
The winner of the event will be rewarded with a light ball of their very own.
It's bad. I don't like it. This was.
Wait, what's this? Oh no.
This was a game jam thing. I made it in a hurry in like 24 hours. No, 48 hours. I think this one. Something like that. I'm trying not to die and stuff. Yeah, this thing. I'm gonna continue to show off this. It's like combining Temple Run with no lanes. That was the idea initially. And also, because you're on a hoverboard, so I didn't have to animate like a run. Didn't even make a person. That's just a bunch of objects just kind of put together. Yeah. And this was my pseudo, like, boss fight. And royalty-free music. So, yeah. Even then, this was royalty-free music that I sped up. So it's even more, like, changed. So, oh yeah, I did beat this, right? Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Funky.
What?
Funky indeed.
Well done. You've beaten Dr. Toonless. Until he comes back like he does every year. But for now, we're safe. Thanks to you. And as such,
yeah, no, this is not the voice I'm going to do for the raccoon. This is just my voice sped up, I think. And high-pitched. But I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do for him. But I'll figure something out. That's just the first thing I thought of when you said the high-pitched thing. Let me actually close that out. Yeah, we're going to figure this out. And it might just be me... It's going to be, like, very embarrassing if we just, like, trying on different voices. He sounds like that chipmunk. Oh yeah, like Alvin and the Chipmunks, that kind of thing, I guess. I don't know if that's what I'm going for, though. I don't know, like, what is this guy's attitude? What is this guy's personality? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I have to figure that out and factor that into the voice. This is a cartoony thing, but I'm thinking he could be more, I don't know what the words I want to use. Sassy? That's not the adjective I want to use there, but, I don't know, like, you're sorting garbage and he's making fun of you. Right, or especially when you don't sort things correctly. So whatever voice that could entail. Sussy? This ain't Among Us. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do for him. But I will hopefully figure it out. Oh wait, did I not? Oops, I didn't do this right. I meant to... it's probably fine. This and this. Lol indeed. Yeah, so I have to figure that out, but I still got many steps to go before I do that. I might dabble in lip syncing. I don't know. I don't want to have to spend a lot of time figuring out like actual lip syncing stuff. Like, you know, that the tedium that comes with that, I mean. So I might try to, like, I don't know, do something like as rudimentary as possible. Oh, clipping true. And then another subdivision service on top of that. So, I'm just going to start by making this kind of copy these proportions See how that goes. Also, I haven't used Blender, like, before making this head, I haven't used Blender in, like, a really long time. And even then, it's been a long time since I've, like, made a person from scratch. Now, this isn't a human, but still in the same ballpark. So, yeah, starting by just kind of seeing what I can do to kind of mimic the proportions of this concept art, and then go more freehand-esque. And eventually I will actually combine like this into one whole model. Like the body and the head being one thing. That will probably happen at some point. I mean, it probably will. It doesn't have to, but I don't need to, I guess. But I imagine I should. Okay, not liking this so far, but I don't know if these legs are gonna, how well that's gonna work. I don't know. I might need to add more vertices, but I'm trying to do as much as I can before adding more vertices. Let me dabble with something real quick. Let me try, if I go into sculpt mode on this thing. Yeah, I can pull and squish. That might be a little bit better to start off here without actually making new vertices. Oh yeah, we're gonna make his tail soon, probably. Okay, this is a lot easier. Just hoping it's not actually messing up the topology of this too much. Okay. Yeah, so this is coming along pretty well so far. Oh, that's not what I want. I would like to smooth that out, please. Oh no, not like that. Hey, how about you stop breaking everything? The top looks still very square-y, which probably ain't good. Here, let me actually do this part manually. Oh, I know what this is. This is a symptom of the mirror modifier, because the sculpt tool doesn't take that properly into account. Okay, let me fix that by going into object mode. For now, applying the mirror modifier, and then going into sculpt mode, turning on this button so that any sculpting I do should get mirrored. It's not the greatest, but now this should be a little bit better if I now kind of rebuild it. Oh, well, not rebuild it, rebuild it a little bit. So smooth that out, and then pull things up from like there. Okay. I might want to give him more of a proper neck. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, he's also gonna be wearing a hoodie. I forgot about that. We're gonna be giving him a hoodie, so that means I shouldn't have to worry about the body, like more like I spend a lot of time on the body to then use that as a basis to make the hoodie, but then you won't see the body underneath. So like keeping that in mind. Damn, he chonk. Yeah. Okay. I'm just copying the proportions I was given. Okay. I may change them to some degrees. I don't know. I'm still figuring this out. I struggle with character designing. Yeah. I didn't draw this. For the record, let me say that. I did not draw this. I'm merely using it. Okay, so let's do that. No, that's not right. This should be more symmetrical, I think. Okay. Taking creative liberties with this. Should his back be like that? His back should be like straight. It shouldn't be. It should be more straight, more flat. Shouldn't bend like that as much. Oh. Ignore the cyan. This is a symptom of the lighting. If I go back to like this, no, never mind. Okay, not that flat, but like straight line is what I mean, rather than bending quite so much. I don't know if I'm gonna give him a proper like neck. I don't know at this point in time. Okay, let me look at the the model as a whole instead of just from the views, so that I can make sure it's all 3D-ified here. If I did this. Okay. It's hard to like. This is a bit hard without him actually having arms. I had the same problem with the head, where it's like I'm struggling with head shape. But then once I started making more of the details, it kind of just became a bit easier. Okay, so if I go look at this now. Okay, so I think I'm gonna say I'm good on that for now. So now what I want to do is get back the whole mirror modifier thing. It just makes modeling easier. So like if I make an arm, I don't have to make 2 arms. And I just know that they're exactly the same. Why did you break? Okay, I can fix this. There we go. Ta-da! Alright. Let's now do I do arms, legs, or tail first? Do I want to make like shoulders for okay, hold on. Oh, I think I'm seeing some with the topology. It's I'm gonna be keeping indecisive edge slide. I believe I will actually want to. What? No, edge slide. Excuse me? Yo, okay, fine. I'll do it myself. I believe I want like this corner thing and this corner thing to be part of like more closer to the neck and not like be a part of the what becomes the arms. If I remember correctly, my past experiences doing this kind of stuff. So I actually want just these loops to be further up the body, towards the neck. Not much of a neck currently. Okay, so now definitely probably want like something in here. Okay. All right. Again, this, I guess these are just further up is how I'm doing this. Yeah, it's a very slow, methodical process, but it gets results. Hopefully it'll look cool. I'm also gonna just... Why won't you let me edge slide? Am I using the wrong button? Is this maybe? Oh, no. Oh, no. This shouldn't be... Okay, whatever. I don't know why it's being weird, but it shouldn't be. But whatever, fine. I'll do it myself then. I just wanted to move these down and put one in the middle. That's all I was trying to do. Okay, arms now. So, arms. I guess I'm going to do that from this thing of 4. That seem right? Yeah, okay. Just making sure I'm doing this from a good starting point. Aha. Let's go all the way to like the end. I don't know how to do... Do I give him like a human arm, like of like, you know, thing to elbow to... Like top of arm to elbow to wrist? I probably want to do all that. It'll make it easier to animate. Because again, the whole anthropomorphism... just, yeah, more human-y for this kind of thing, the better. Okay, so now that I've done that, I do want to change how like the base of the arm is. So like moving this more up, for example, probably. I don't remember if I want to have. What don't I want to have? Oh, I do want that. Oh, right. I forgot that I should have a. I believe it makes rigging a bit look more proper if I have more vertices at the top, because how arms work, like you have more vertices up here than you do down here. No, but just like the natural, like, so it's like more that gets squished when you move your arm up because of shoulder blade. Not that, like, again, I don't think raccoons have, like, shoulders in the same way that, like, obviously things are different. Things are different here. But I'm not making a normal raccoon, am I? I'm making a raccoon that normally stands on 2 legs. How do I do this? I'm trying to not just do it. I'm trying to be like, okay, what is the proper way I'm supposed to do this? I mean, yes, this is what I want. Ready to crash my computer? How about I don't do that? It's a human raccoon. Who-coon. Roman. Something along those lines. Let's do this. Oh, that's not something I want? Oh, hold on. Let's not do that, because it's also introducing a lot of vertices over there that I don't want. Why am I struggling to do this? I'm trying to just, like, remember stuff I learned in, like, a tutorial that I watched, like, a year ago. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna say that that's fine enough for now. I'll worry about that more later. Okay, so this is gonna be for the kind of the elbow, which isn't meant to be, shouldn't be too apparent. It shouldn't be apparent necessarily that this raccoon has an elbow, but it needs to be there for, like, bending purposes. So now this becomes, like, the wrist, and then I would want to, like, extrude off of here for hands. How am I doing hands? This concept art I'm going off of has 3 fingers. Do I go for 3 fingers? Or do I go for, like, a five hand? Do I give this raccoon opposable thumbs? I'm tempted to just go for a more human-y hand. Maybe I go for, like, a 4-fingered hand. Like, thumb and 3 fingers. I was like, it would be easier to, if I'm just imagining, like, okay, what would I do for hands? If I imagine, like, animating, like, a wave or something, or and then, like, if I animate, like, picking something up, I feel like, yeah, a more human-y hand would make that easier to kind of visualize and then animate. Yeah, okay, so I think I'm going to go for 3 fingers and a thumb. Okay, so, whoops. And this is where I go completely off the rails with how this is. So do I do the whole, like, oh, this is weird. I'm so used to making humans. Do I do the whole, like, you know, hand, or do I basically just kind of, like, how do I do this? Because if I do make it too human-like, it's gonna look weird. Like, if I were to, oops, for example, make a thumb off of like this now, which is probably what I'd do. I don't know. Maybe it'll look fine. Maybe it'll look fine. Oh yeah. Wait. I need thumbs up. I was designing him like this, so thumbs out. I could design him like this, but I don't think I want to do that. You don't stand naturally like this. I don't think so. Like this, right? Yeah. But now in terms of fingers. So if I'm getting rid of the pinky, that means that, like, this edge loop then causes weirdness with that. Because normally I'd go, like, loop here, and then bam, you got your 4 fingers. So I need, like, one side of this to become 2 fingers and one side to become 1. So unless, actually, maybe a better idea, to maintain the kind of symmetry, if I instead did something like this, and kind of made three fingers out of that. Out of here, and like this becomes a finger. I can try that. This needs to be so much flatter than it currently is. Oh yeah, I'm also not making this in a proper, like, T-pose. That also might be something I should be doing, but I don't know. Let me just kind of do this for now. It's fine. Okay. This is hard to, like, because it's not just like a hand. It's a raccoon, cartoony hand, whatever. I keep hitting all the wrong buttons. Okay. So this doesn't look good yet, but that's okay. The head didn't look very good at first. We did a lot of work to get it to look a lot better. So first of all, this should all just be a lot thinner. It should kind of go to a point. I think actually the fingers should go to points. Yeah. Which means that I'm going to do... These guys are going to get even more loops. Which I don't know if I like to the extent to which it's going all everywhere. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I can retopologize later. So let's make this be a point. Fingers might be getting too long as well. They shouldn't be very long fingers, probably. Okay, this is not... This trick worked good for getting those kind of fingers. Okay, so this is too long. 100% too long. The thumb should also be... Well, have the same thing. I'm just gonna do the same trick. So I move this out, then Control V, B, like that. Well, for a nice point. So now I almost actually wonder. I might change my strategy up. I was going off of like strategy for making kind of a human hand. I might change up my strategy and delete things as a result. If I just did this, I can make that less of a point. Now it might be too much of a point. I can deal with that. Hold on, wait, okay. It's a lot of just trial and error. But we're figuring this out. It's a bit of puzzle solving, kind of. Just figure out, like, a lot of the topology stuff of it. Like, how do I do this? Okay, this is not going in a direction I think I want. Try something like this. I need some vertices like in the in-between hand, the in-between fingers part. Okay, this also needs to be rounded, I think. But also like coming out a bit more. This should not also, this should be like going more in the direction of the other fingers too. Shouldn't be so far down the hand. There shouldn't be... Oh my god. There's so much wrong with this. There's so much wrong with this. I can fix it. I was thinking I could get rid of these edge loops entirely. Not... Okay, that's not the result I was hoping for. Maybe I actually meant to get rid of... How do I do this? So this is what's in between these fingers. I basically need to turn this into two things. What's my best way of doing that? Maybe I should have done it before I extruded the fingers, possibly. Looks scary. Yeah, it's a nightmare, all right. What's the best way of doing this? I feel like there's a somewhat easy way of doing this. I'm just like not knowing it. Yeah, if I do, oh wait. Okay, I think I got it. If I did this, and do the same on with these, and then do some knife cutting. Like that. Oops, not like that, like this. Okay, that might help. Not gonna make everything good, but it's helping, maybe. Okay, so next, there's too much space, way too much like distance between the thumb and the other fingers. It should be like if this is where the thumb is, the fingers should kind of look like they're starting there. So let's make that happen. Just by moving them up a lot. Now, also, the hand itself, the whole hand. Okay, this is hard that, like, can I scale this by different axes? That will happen to make this look better. I think I can. Kind of. I want to scale it, like, on that direction. Fine, I will do it. I have an idea. Okay. Okay. Figuring this out. Slowly but surely. This is all kinds of funky. But we're getting there. Still not happy with it. I mean, now the fingers are too pointy, is it? What's wrong with these fingers? These should be like together, I think. I don't think the hand should have this many vertices. I feel like there's stuff where I could simplify. Here is an idea actually. Skull mode. Maybe skull mode can be the rescue. I can just smooth a lot of this. Maybe that might help. Smooth away the problems. First of all, yeah, having it look less box-like is probably gonna help. Okay, it's a little better. I think then this should have a bit more separation. Okay, so now, these fingers, what's wrong with them still? What is going on here? How do I make this better? What is the problem? It's hard for me to figure out, like, something's wrong, but I can't, like, describe exactly, like, is it the pointiness? Is it the webbiness? Is it the width of the fingers? What is it? And how do I make it better? Are they just too pointy? I can make them less pointy. Not that. What am I looking for? This. Individual origin. Individual. Okay. I also don't know if I should actually change like their thickness relative to each other. It's hard to take like what you should do for a normal human and then try to find out, like figure out how to apply it in this kind of a sense. Where it's like, what do I do and what do I not do? With a lot of this. Oops. Okay. Okay, so now I'm also going to move this up. Ignore the whatever's going on with the lighting. Okay, so now with the actual like pump, I currently have no separation. I have no concept of like a wrist here, pretty much. But I don't know if I intentionally want something like that. If I just want it to go from like arm to fingers effectively. I don't know. But something's definitely wrong here, and maybe the addition of more of a wrist might actually be a benefit. I can just try something real quick. I just did this. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I would want at all. Okay, that's not what I think actually what I meant to do was I did this, and then if I were to select then everything here and onwards, and then shrunk it down. Or I'm looking at my own wrist to like figure this out. Or is it big? Do I want bigger? Okay. What am I trying to do here? Why is this being so troublesome? Something's just not right here, and I can't place my finger on what it is. Until I figure that out, how about I just move on for now, going to like the legs. Oh, right. I introduced so many edge loops that I should not have. Let me actually do a thing to make this better on the rest of the body. Purposely do this, and then delete this. Delete faces to purposely separate the arms for a minute. And now get rid of like all of these that I introduced that I don't need. Make sure I'm doing the right ones. Dissolve edges. Bam. Body's a million times simpler again. Is there any, actually more that I'm missing? Probably like these two. And then I can sort of just combine these, do the whole bridge edge loops thing. I'm just gonna actually space that apart a little bit better though. So I could, if I manually, okay, so this is going to look bad, and I'm aware of this. If I manually bridge the edge loops, it'll look better. I'm not going to do that right now. Never mind, I take that back. Yes, I am. I was like, I'll do it later, but probably just be better if I did it now. Save myself the trouble later. So if I manually bridge these edge loops, then it's going to be better. Okay, just keep going around town. Whoa. Okay, so that's that. Oh, what happened down here? I don't know what I'm doing with this raccoon arm. It's tricky because I just don't know. Oh, what happened here? Let me just kind of move that out of it. Because it's not a human hand, and it's not a raccoon hand. It's somewhere in the middle, and I just, yeah, struggling to get to that middle. But, I don't know. I'd like to hope that progress is being made. I don't know if the... Should he have fatter fingers, maybe? I don't know if that would look better. Rather than little thin, like, fingers. Just more, yeah, fatter fingers or something. I don't know if that would look better. Oh, wait, here. Wait. I mean, she definitely should have a fatter thumb, probably, so. Or here, what if I, But how? I can suggest ideas, but then I have to actually figure out how to implement them. I almost want to. What if I could? What are you doing? Okay. If I introduced a thing like this, and then scaled that up, that does help thicken that up. Maybe that does help this make they become a bit more cartoony. Right, I'm actually, wait, I need bendy points for these anyways. I forgot about that entirely. Although I think because how small the raccoon is, I think the fingers could just have one bendy point. Well, okay, fingers have two. Like the thumb, kind of. One bendy point. And that might be okay. It's less to animate. He's smaller. Like, maybe it's fine. Okay. So now with those, like I would have wanted those regardless. So what if I give him fat fingers? What does that look like? Can I have fat fingers that still go to a point? Let me move these up a little bit more. So let me just try this. Fatter fingers that still go to a point. I think that's a little better. Okay. No. That thumb looks too human-y, though. That's not something I want. No, don't do that. Okay. So then, can I get this thumb to just better match those? Okay. I think the positioning is weird, but maybe that's, yeah, something to be more fine when I animate it. Like, I don't know if the thumb actually should be going this way, or if it would be better if the thumb was kind of going off to the side. But then it just like makes the thumb more apparent, which isn't necessarily something I want. Back up here. Maybe I don't have to go exactly in parallel, but... Oops. Okay. Oh. When did I do that? Oh. Okay. Okay. So now... Oh, I just realized the smoothing did weird things. In terms of just where the cut that... where I sort of split things up, where that is kind of further down the arm than I maybe would have liked, but it might be okay. Let me just kind of clean it up. Just a little manually. Alright, alright. Don't know what the flickering lights are about, but that's alright. Okay, so well, yeah, this is something I just have to kind of repair manually. This is me basically cleaning up the result of all the sculpting stuff I was doing. Nope. Okay, that's fine, I guess. I almost want to... I don't know. It's fine. Okay. You know what? Those are passable fingers. I don't know if I want to... Nope, made that a lot worse. Might give him more of an armpit, though. His shoulders, just a little bit. It looks like sharp little grabbers I've seen on raccoons. Yeah, kinda. It's tricky. I initially had them sharper before, but it just looked weird. So I made them a little fatter, and it seemed to look a little bit better. So... I might revisit them, but I think it's okay enough for now that I'm gonna move on to the next thing, which is going to be the feet. We'll do some feet and then we'll do some tail, I guess. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Just in the same kind of way. The one thing that worries me is that these feet, the way that they're drawing this, don't really have knees. There's no knees here. Which, thinking ahead, I don't know if that's going to present a problem or not. Or if I just design it like this. Lack of mobility, huh? I mean, waddler, yeah. I mean, like, okay, there's like, which is fine if I was just modeling it like for just the thing to model, right? But I'm just trying to think ahead of when I actually rig it and then want to animate it. Will it look weird and like be really hard to animate it how we want it to look if it doesn't have proper knees? I don't know. And maybe I don't worry about it for now, and when I get to that point, then I'll revisit it if it becomes a problem. So for now, I'm thinking I basically do this. But I just want to just extrude like these outwards. Could that really be the play here? You know, not like that. Hold on, I'll fix like the kind of flattening of this in a minute. By a minute, I mean now. Huh. This could work in theory. How'd that be? Yeah, flat against the ground. Might take sculpting tool to this. Oh, well, yeah, from the side that really does not look good. Right, I don't want to design it like this. Right, I wanted this to... Oh, right, this is bad, this is bad. No, hold on, let me back up a lot. I want to do this going forward, right. I want the default to be forward. Yes, that's gonna... That would otherwise be a problem. I see. I see. Very well. I don't know. Yeah. Right, shoot. I do, in theory, I would want these to be able to pivot, kind of. Not pivot all the way around, but like, hopefully these turning sideways a little bit doesn't completely break things. Let's see here. It's definitely... I don't know, what do I do here? Maybe I should have, yeah, I'm gonna do a thing. Add a cut that goes around like this. Whoa, 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 hold on. I was gonna make a triangle, and I don't know if I like that, but okay. All right. I wonder if I did then this or something. Just having that extra loop there, I think, will make pivoting a little better. Not sure though. It's also too boxy right now, so let's see if I can smooth that out a little bit. Might have to flatten it against the ground. Okay. Very, very stubby legs. I think they should just be bigger. I mean, from the side, they should be further back. Are they too... Okay. Here I thought like, oh, it's just legs, or it's just feet, no legs. This will be easier. Turning out to also be hard, just mainly due to like I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm trying to make this look good. That looks too pancake-y. Oh, there's the nose. May make try to make this come to more of a point. Hold on. Ah. I scratch my head in confusion. Do I want... What do I want here? What do I want out of this? Okay. It's definitely something I'm like, I don't know, missing or... I mean, that's not terrible. I think I just want it to crease more into the body. Especially from the back. But, not like that, though. Here, wait, if I did this... Wrong way. And just to kind of complete the knife cut around. So much of this is like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just hoping that it works. Oh no. Something weird happened there. Hold on, what the, what? No, different tool. What is going on here? What am I looking at? Okay, hold on. So this is... Why is it... I don't know, something's being weird here with the geometry. Why did... Wait, so this didn't complete going around. Why? Like... So, okay. It's just the okay. I think I see it now. First of all, also make this less boxy. Okay, knife cut will not work from in here. I see that right now. Nope, come on. Let me do this. To here. Excuse me? You're just not, you're going, no, you just... Why were you not doing it? Okay. So the whole point of this was to go to there. Okay, just connect that all the way around. Okay. Okay, there we go. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Okay, is that a little better? Still seems to be something just a little off, I guess, but I don't know what. Maybe, I don't know, should I like to be a little bit closer together? I still don't know what to do with this. Let me actually make this a bit smaller. No, let's do the opposite of that. Yeah, so I was gonna maybe make this like pointier. Oh, well, okay, I'll try this strategy. Nope. I don't want to put one in here, I don't think, right? Wait. Why is the topology of this weird? It shouldn't be. Like, why are there these loop cuts that just aren't completing around? It's because of this guy. Okay. So actually, I think I want to do this, and then these guys should connect. There we go. Okay, now, well, the topology of this is better. It doesn't really help this. Maybe it did a little bit. Oh. I think I just made that worse. Okay, okay. I'm just being like silent as I'm just like really concentrating. Okay. Got little feet. Okay, now I don't know if the feet really match the hands in terms of style. Like this is overly simple and this is like overly complicated. I don't know. But I will leave it for now. Let's do tail. Okay, it's time for a tail. I think I'm going to make the tail separately and then attach it. What did I just do? What? Shift A. Why are you not? Oh, because of sculpt mode. Yes. I imagine I would want to start this with like a stretched out isos or a stretched out UV sphere or cylinder. Or a rounded cube again. What would be the best? I'm trying to think what would be best to go with. So maybe just a cylinder. What? Why is it? Why can't I select the thing that I just created? Oh, because I... Well, why would you do that? Okay. It got created inside of a collection that I'm not currently... That I had to, like... So you can't select things in it. Okay, that was strange. Okay, so I'm actually going to make that again. With less vertices, so that I can have an unapplied subdivision modifier. Oh, wait, shoot, that's going to do weird things there. Right. Well, this side I don't care about because of... because that's going to go into the raccoon, like it's going to go into the body, so it's not going to be seen, but this side is weird and... Well, okay, hold on. Let me just, no, I'm not doing that. Go by the normal way of how I've been building things. Subdivided cube. It tends to be nice to work with. That might be too much subdivision. That's too much. Hold on. Something like this. I mean, that's a lot. Shade smooth. Be in the center of the world. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Eventually, like, I'm gonna probably attach this to the raccoon, but like for now, it being separate. Yeah, I can work on it separately, independently. So I'm gonna build the tail like this. That's not very T-pose-y, but maybe it's fine. I'm immediately running into problems. Okay, well, Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Could just be as simple as a little bit of this. A little bit of this. Gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do the colors on this, but I'll see. That reminds me of a beaver tail. That's not entirely what I want. It needs to get like thicker in the middle. Actually, I'm gonna move this to be more up in where the tail is. Not like that, but like. Ooh, okay, there we go. So we do that, so then I can then do this. Go up and over. Well, now that's like a squirrel's tail, kind of. Well, need more when you see reference. Your tail's not that thick. I think I was kind of had a wrong vision in mind. Oh no, like that. Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, okay. So yeah. Looking at cartoony versions of things, like this is actually better reference because just seeing it more simplified, and certainly like certain artistic exaggerations, and even different color palettes like that. Look at this. This guy has more hands and feet. I don't know if I'm gonna do toes. I could do toes. Huh. I don't know. See, look how very different these are. You recognize both of these as raccoons, but they're so different in the actual what's being done here. That's interesting. I don't know. Is a three-fingered hand better? It's just like I don't know. Grabbing stuff seemed weird. Not that you have. If I animate picking something up, I don't have to actually do this. Like some things, it can kind of just now I'm holding the thing like Patrick in SpongeBob. Like he doesn't really have hands, or I think it depends. But like usually it's just like one little stick that just kind of like bah, I've picked this thing up. But anyway. So like, yeah, I don't know. Okay, but anyway, so tail. Sure. Okay. Might just put this on the side over here to kind of look at. I need to figure out how I'm actually going to do the stripes. Yeah. I need. Yeah. Okay. I need to actually have like rows to deal with this up to a certain point. There's a point where like it's like at the end of the tail, and thus it stays being all one color. Beyond that, I want all these. I have these loops for each, stripe. Probably. I mean, I could try to do it with like procedural textures, but that might be overkill for this scenario. Okay, so. Is edge sliding gonna work now? It was being weird before. What is that? Oh wait. Oh, is edge slide just different in how it works now? Oh, I see. Usually it just kind of did it to whatever was selected. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, well, oh wait, maybe. Okay, whatever, fine. Okay, so do this, fill this with a few rings. Make it just kind of even. Okay, now this does need to be. Oh, I need to actually smooth this out. Smooth, not too smooth. Okay. While it's straight, let me try giving it the stripes. So what I'm going to try doing is just going between the primary and the secondary. That means that this will have, I don't know if I want it to have. I'm going to make a new material, actually, based on one of the other ones. Okay, hold on. Okay. This, but then you're a new material now. Tertiary. tertiary, something like that. I'm probably not spelling that right, but whatever, it's fine. And I'm gonna make you dark, but not completely black. Get dark gray. Okay, so now if I were to apply that to just a random selection of these loops, so like this one, this, see how far down I can go, like to that. Okay, that's not half bad. I could then smooth these out, and now I can worry more about like the shape of it, trying to not mess up the actual like the loops themselves too much. Okay, so also I can. Oh wait, the end should probably be the second color, or in this it is. The end is the second color. Well, okay, how do I manage that? So, I mean, well, okay, hold on. If I do this, then I feel like the end is too, like it's too much on the end that is the color. So I would need to like, I could just flip-flop everything now. Darn. Might be the best thing I can do. That one on the end there might be not a good bet. Okay. I would like one in this area, but not using that edge loop specifically, because as you can see, it causes weird, funky stuff to happen. So I do this, and then go edge slide. Wait, no, I need edge slide without that on. Actually, I don't know if that does apply for that. Oh, well, okay, no. I want to move it so it's like the same as that other one, but like not. I need it to not bend like these ones do. Okay, hold on, let me undo. Well, okay, of course. Oh yeah, no. So edge slide's not gonna do it. Moving it manually though just doesn't seems to do worse. Like make it not line up. Maybe I just have to make it line up myself. Do it manually. Fine. All right, getting there. That we is. All right, one more stripe. Oh, I never actually made this symmetrical. I will do that at some point. Or like actually do the mirror thing. I mean, I could purposely like, purposely have asymmetry. Yeah, maybe actually I do want that. Well, I was thinking I'd introduce asymmetry when I'm animating it, but it's so cool how fast you can make this like magic. It is pretty neat. I don't know how fast I'm going necessarily. It feels like there's certain things that are taking like way longer than they should, like those hands. But no, it is it's cool, very cool seeing it all come together. That's for sure. But definitely, I'm not the most experienced at this. Definitely have a lot to learn. Okay, I don't know how this is gonna pay off. I thought I could. What if I did this? Okay, now I'm just like almost messing around to just see if I can get cool looking stuff to happen. Oh, interesting. Without okay. From that one angle, it looked kind of cool, but no, it kind of broke it. Maybe that I don't do. Okay. How do I handle this? I need to, I don't know, scale this part kind of in more, maybe this part out more, then this scale, like the end of it in. Yeah, something like that. That's better, kind of. It's still, oh, I didn't undo the, when I was turning it to the side. I almost want the tail to be longer on purpose, maybe? Just like add more, not a super long tail, no. But just like, you know, a little longer. Like even, I don't know if that's realistic that is, or how long. a raccoon's tail should be. Okay, I think I want it to be wider too. Proportional editing. Woo. Let me just also lengthen it in the diagonals, maybe. Oh, let me subdivide this again. That will make it smooths things out more. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Between this and this. You guys actually don't really see it that much, but yeah. This thing can have a lot of vertices. Well, actually, I might need to tone it down when I actually bring it into Unity. We'll see how much of a performance hit this is. But this will probably be the most high poly model in the entire game. So, and it's an important model. So, for the game. So it's probably fine. I'll see how fine it is. Okay. Does it look worse now? I almost think it. I think the inner part here maybe needs to go in a little bit more. Wait, that whole, like when I turned it like this, that helps. Okay, making the shape less like a cylinder and more different lengths at different, like, yeah, parts, kind of. If I did this. Maybe not like that. Oh, shoot. I'm just realizing the extent to which the stripes kind of got out of whack. Not being the same thickness. Not that they have to be, but I would like them to be. That's why if I did it with like a procedural material thing, then I could control that more, I guess, but yeah, it's fine. Oops. Oh, wait, something weird's going on here. Oh, oops. Okay, let me just go merge by distance. That should clean up some stuff there. Okay, so then... that's not what I want to do. Edge slide. And then edge slide this one a bit too. Let me edge slide this one a bit back. Okay. And then, oh, this got a lot smaller. I didn't even realize that. I actually want the end to be more, have more being the other color. So this whole thing have to be not too much, but like decently further down. Okay. Again, also it doesn't have to be symmetrical, like, or they don't all have to be exactly the same length, but it's kind of like they shouldn't be too far apart. Because having that bit of not exactly the same, that bit of asymmetry can be a good thing, but not if it's like in some cases it could actually be a problem, I guess. This is wider than it is tall. Is that a problem? I don't know. Here, let me introduce more varying size by maybe doing something like this. Whoops. Proportional editing. Woo. No, I'm not so sure. Here, I want to try something. If I grab the whole tail, there's a function called a randomize. Do that, but like to the tiniest degree. Oh, I wonder if this could do anything that I want. No. Nope. But like that, but less though. Not sure. I think I don't like how flat this looks at the back. But I think I'm going to keep the randomness that I just did. I don't know. Just like looks so flat from this angle, which I don't know if I like. No. I think I need to undo the randomness. I think I take it back. I don't like it as much as I thought I did. I did too much. No. What? No. Wait. What? I did too many moves. No. Wait. Did it reset my settings? Hold on. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. I think I might be able to smooth it out, but there's a certain setting in here that has to do with, is it system? Undo steps. Be as high as you can be. 256, yeah. Yeah, okay, I think, because I updated Blender recently. I think that reset my settings. Going from one version of Blender to another. Or something like that. I don't know. It was mainly going from Blender 2.9 something to version 3.0. So, yeah. Let me try smooth. Let's get that back to maybe being a bit better. Okay. Okay. I'm not grabbing the right thing I mean to be grabbing, am I? No, I am. Okay. Try to introduce that kind of like, the way this kind of has like a point on the end, that looked decent. Whoops, oh, pressing the wrong things. Ah. Something like that. Okay, let's call that good enough for now. Okay, what else? So this guy might be getting a shirt, but or like a sweater, a hoodie of with the logo of my my school. But in the meantime, this belly thing, like this thing, I'm gonna make that patch of color. So I need to make the actual, like, if I'm just, you know, coloring it based on like how I've been, you know, coloring different faces, different colors. I need to make these kind of match the shape. And kind of have the imagined shape going up. Which potentially doesn't matter as much. Where should it go up to? To like here or to here? It's more of a, actually maybe this should be more, maybe it shouldn't go up as much. It should be more of a for the belly. For like a, so maybe actually it should just go to like here. But then I might actually raise these up a little bit. And, whoops. I'm hitting all of the wrong buttons. Something like that, or more like this, and then I could move these three guys up. Okay, let me try this. Actually, I don't know if I like how much space there is between there. Oh no, that's fine actually. I should do that. Okay. So I mean, okay, nothing changed in like how we can see it, but now if I select all of this, I might actually want to make this a little bit flatter, or I won't touch it yet. If I just went and colored this based on the secondary color, it looks like that. That's obviously not not what I want. If I even okay, if I do the same thing I did on the face, kind of. I can fix this. Do I just want to move this in more? Yeah, that's it. Okay. I feel like it shouldn't look like it's going in like that. As much as it is. I feel like. So I think I just need to not. I think I just extruded it in too much. almost want to then, like, lengthen it upwards. Not like that, though. Oh, wait, no. Something like this, but then actually make these should match. A bit better. I think also the top part of it could be more circular, which it currently is not. And how would I do that? I'm trying to like just copy the format of how I'm seeing these are placed, and I'm not quite succeeding at that. I don't. Yeah, this has the problem of introducing the squariness that I don't want. Okay, this is coming along. I don't know if I like that, or should it be higher? Just take the whole thing and raise it up, maybe. Okay, that's not gonna help. This on all of these. I don't know if it should be a bit more, maybe not completely circular, be a bit more octagonal. Okay. Okay. And again, also, he's going to be wearing a sweater or a hoodie or whatever. So you're not really going to see the top part of it. But I still just wanted to kind of, make it all the way around instead of just modeling it to be cut off, just because. All right. Tis coming along. As we just continue to make endless revisions from things not looking quite right. Oh, what happened here? Something funky happened. Okay. This looks better closer to that one, it seems. Okay. I'm still not sure about the hand. Something, I don't know, needs to change with these fingers. I just can't pinpoint what it is. Unless I just remake them from scratch and do kind of a different approach to fingers. So, like, maybe I don't have a thumb. Like, obviously, yeah, raccoons don't have opposable thumbs. But, like, I'm making an anthropomorphic, like, human-y, cartoony raccoon. So it can have thumbs if I want it to have thumbs. We can have full 5 fingers. But maybe I do just go for a 3-fingered hand. So here's what I'm gonna try. I'm going to do this. Why can't I make this loop? I should be able to make this loop. No. Okay, fine. If I put this loop here and then select this loop and edge slide it down to basically almost there. Do this and then select this loop. Are you gonna let me select this face loop? Oh my gosh, come on. No? Okay, fine. Well, I'll do this then. And I should be able to select this face loop. Are you kidding? Okay, I was gonna say, if I do this, I have this hand. I'm gonna move the hand way off to the side, and I'm just gonna try making a new hand. And we're gonna see how that goes. So I think what I'm gonna go for is like just not even really a wrist. Oh, Hayes Dev. Hey, hello. We're making a raccoon. Cartoony raccoon that has turned out quite well so far. I'm in the process of, I think I'm going to try remaking these hands that I made. And we're going to see how that goes, simply put. So, yeah, that's where we currently are with this. I quite like how it's turning out so far. Definitely still has a bit to go. Definitely like adjustments here and there and whatnot. But it's certainly progressing. Yeah. Kind of, I've been sort of blocking out different sections. I mean, I guess I've done more than blocking out, but to a degree, I'm like getting every area kind of decently done, and then I can go back and revise other areas more and more. So yeah, like one thing is that the body and the head are currently two separate meshes. I think I'm gonna want to make them one mesh, so I'm gonna have to make kind of a better how they connect in terms of a neck. Yeah, same thing with the tail and the ears probably. That stuff I'll be figuring out. Even like the ears, I might make them more rounded or something. I don't know, but we'll be revisiting that stuff in time. He also might be wearing clothes, so well he will be wearing a hoodie, I think. I don't know if I'll give him, like, shoes. I could, in theory. What am I trying to do? I want to connect this. But yeah, right now, my immediate thing is I'm going to try rebuilding the hands. Why am I forgetting the buttons? Okay. So yeah, but yeah, it's going well so far, which is cool. Because, frankly, I wasn't sure how this is going to turn out. I've struggled a lot with such things like this in the past. Oh, you're asymmetrical. Why? I'd prefer if you weren't. I'm gonna actually dissolve that edge loop for now. Yeah. And then, so now this is gonna be these four, and these four. Okay. Now, before I extrude into making hands, I probably want to actually just fix the arm shape. Make it actually go more, well, I actually already have it going a bit thinner, but, oh, here, let me actually hide those hands for now. So I can actually be in the side view, but actually have this sort of come in as well. And I think I might try basically not really doing wrists, or like, I mean, kind of this might be like an elbow-esque thing in terms of just a bendy point. Oops. But I might just try like extruding 3 fingers off of this and see how that goes. Yeah, okay. So the problem with 3 fingers is how do I turn this into 3 fingers? I think I'm going to do the same thing I did before, except I don't want the loop cuts that I do to affect, like for the hand, to affect the whole thing. So I'm going to do what I basically just did, how I separated the other hand. Hold on. I'm trying to make sure I do this right. Is this... I think this is what I want to do. Okay. So what I want here is a cut like this and a cut like this. So these will be one hand, or one finger. These will be a finger, and these will be a finger. But then I don't just want the fingers. I want like a loop cut for like the in between fingers. So I'm also going to do this and this. And then to match this, I'm going to also do thing in the middle of that finger and thing in the middle of that finger. So that's going to be what's going to become our fingers. And now I'm going to reattach. Usually I would maybe reattach before or after I extrude, but bah. It hopefully will be fine. Okay, gotta make sure I do this right. Yeah, okay. Getting there, slowly but surely. Okay, so we have this now. Now, first thing is that when I extrude the fingers, I know that I want them to be pretty cylindrical. And that's not going to happen from like, if this is going to extrude to be one finger, that's not going to make a cylindrical shape. So I know already, or I think, yeah, I'm going to want to do more messing with this to make it more of a, like actually match like a finger E shape. And actually, so yeah, usually I do this after I've extruded, but I'm going to try, yeah, something different here, where I'm actually going to try and effectively make the finger shape before I extrude and see if this might actually help. Anyway, we're just going to see how this goes. Okay, now also, like, these, for example, should be kind of in parallel. So the fact that they're not is a little bit of a problem. Problem that I'm going to want to fix. Okay. Oh, what's going on here? What is this? Oh, no, okay, this is meant to be, like, the side. This is meant to be the bottom. They should all be kind of the same size. Similar to it. Anyhow. And then, okay, how far they come out is strange. Okay, so, I mean, first of all, I mean, these should be... Whoops, not like that. These should be out more. Probably. Okay, let's try that out. So, I should be able to then select all of these. Go to the top. Make fingers. Those are fingers, all right. Well, I mean, okay. Obviously, this isn't it. So first of all, I'm going to try making them a little thinner as they go out. Move these more in so they're not as splayed. Fingers. Okay, so before I do anything, so first of all, whoa. Okay, from the side, they should kind of be the same, how up or down they are. More so, they should go, oh, these are tiny compared to the actual arm. Huh. I want to do something about that. It doesn't even match the thing I've had in the background. Oh, I should do that. Which means I actually might just take these whole fingers and size them up a ton. And actually move them down here to where the fingers kind of are in my concept drawing that I did not make. But 'tis what I've been using. Can I get this to scale this way? No. This is like the closest. Whatever, it's good enough. Oh, don't want to make them too big, but bigger. All right. Let me try rebuilding all this. Where are these supposed to be? Like, this I think is supposed to be kind of like, not the shoulder, but like, you know, more stuff for the eventual shoulder. This is supposed to be for the kind of elbow bendy point. And then we got our hand in here. This ain't it. Okay, so not entirely happy with this yet, but I can dabble more. Like if I did this. Make the fingers fatter in the middle. Well, not like that. Does that help? I made them skinnier in the middle. Why does this look weird? Why can't I make good fingers? Hands are hard. It's also, again, it's not, I'm not making human hands. It almost makes it harder. I'm not making raccoon hands. I'm not making human hands. I'm making something that's like in the middle. Here, let me move the 3D cursor out of the way. Away with you. Okay, so I have another thing to try. Kind of similar to what I did with the original fingers. Well, okay, that wasn't the thing, but that actually happened to work better than it was supposed to. To just make them pointier, but okay. If I take that and then shorten these a lot. Okay. Okay. Okay, the edges of these are weird. It's like certain parts of this I just struggle with so much. 'Tis challenging. Still not happy with these. Maybe one thing I could do is actually making the fingers a different color. Like this. I don't know how far up the hand that should be, but let me just try this. I do have a third fur color. It's what I'm using on the striped tail. I mean, if I do this, then I mean, I need to do more now to how it actually splits from one color to another. Perhaps doing something like... Nah, not that, actually. If I take this and I were to extrude and scale down, so it's almost like the equivalent of, like, sleeve to skin, kind of, in terms of, like, layer of fur, other layer of fur, or whatever. That actually does help a little bit. Okay. Here's something I noticed with this specifically. This goes in a lot, and then these come out. So I wonder if I made the kind of wrist a lot thinner. And I could also look at, like, actual raccoon hands. How many fingers do raccoons actually have? Well, they have four. Do they have 5 fingers? Oh, do they actually have 5 fingers? Huh. This is not, I guess, okay, it's just not something I thought about before. How many fingers do raccoons have, and does that vary to how many fingers that humans have? So, okay, let me try this then. The sort of wrist of the fingers, let me try making that smaller, and then having the fingers themselves splay out a lot more. Okay, this is an idea. So looking at reference stuff can help. Here, actually, this would be easier if I do this. Okay. Wait, hold on. Not like that much. Okay. This is going to require a lot of repairing, basically. But okay. Oh wait, you know what I should be doing? Just scaling it on the Y. Scale it back up on the X a little bit. And not like too much. Okay. So now I gotta repair these fingers. You know, okay, this still looks awful, but it looks a little bit better, I think. Do I just re-extrude? It might be actually more worth my time to re-extrude the fingers. Yeah. Okay, so let me repair these. Make this, once again, be like a... Oh. Alright, there's also this whole thing. What is... Okay, this is the outside thing. I don't know, do I want an extra... in here, or no? Do I want this to be after? Hold on, I'm just messing around with the changing from one color to another part. I won't worry about that right yet. Okay. So first thing is that I would like this to be more of a circular shape again. And I can do that actually. There's a handy dandy thing over, I have to re-enable it in preferences, but there's a handy dandy thing that I can use to make that easier. So certain add-on, what was it called? Curve to, no, certain edit mesh loop tools. I think it was this one. Yeah, I believe it was. Okay, save. And this, I think, allows me to, yeah, have this, where I select these, and I press circle, and bam, it's a circle. And I can repeat that on these guys. Probably could have used this more throughout this process, but oh well. Do you work at a game studio? I do not. That would be cool. I mean, I don't know how good it actually is to work at a game studio. I hear it's some places are not good to work at. But no. I currently am doing this all, well, mostly on my own. A lot of hobby projects. This specifically is actually for a school thing. I'm in university right now, and I have one class that's going from from September to April. And in this class, I'm making a game and as like a group project. So this particular game I'm working on, I will be making with a group of people. This particular thing I'm doing myself. Now, it's mainly a programming class. So like this is like this 100% not a requirement of the class. More so a going above and beyond kind of a thing. It's more expected that we like find free assets online to do like for 3D art stuff. Or if we make like a 2D game, or actually, okay. Actually, I think everyone would be making 3D games, but yeah. There's no requirement to actually have art skills. More so to like, just get what you can find online. But I've taken it upon myself to try and, yeah, like make this raccoon because I can. Oh, that's cool. Yes, it is. And furthermore, I'm going to try and be voice acting this raccoon. And we're going to see how that goes. Oh, okay. Before I extrude, I'm noticing that these are still kind of off. What happened here? Oh, wait. No, it's fine. Okay, no, that's fine. Never mind. I take that back. I take back my astonishment. Okay, let's try this again. Extrude fingers. So I think I want to do this and then extrude a second time. No. I was gonna, no. Extrude just once. Have these will be the tips of the fingers, so they will be pointed in a minute. Have them be more splayed than before. I don't know if I should have turned these. Yeah, I should have. Actually, I'm gonna try that, just to make this probably better. A lot of this is just trial and error. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like having ideas and experimenting with if they may work. Okay, this. So I don't know if this will surprise you, but I've never made a raccoon before in Blender. Let alone an anthropomorphic one. Okay, then I want to take this one and pull it out. So it's just a process of trying things, and when they don't work, trying more things. Oh, I kind of messed up this one's circularness. I will fix that. Oh, my old programming teacher has his own game making company. Woo! And one of their projects was to make a VR game that helped people learn how to sort trash. Oh, interesting. Have you considered making a VR game for the trash sorting game? Funny you should say that. It is going to be a VR game. And I have that to test it with. No, but literally, I can bring up old pictures of proof. This. Where did that... Oh. 1 minute. This and... An IE? Nice. Yeah. Bam. This is from the game. I'm not going to load up the Unity thing right now. That would take too long. We have VR hands, and you can pick up objects and throw them and look around in VR. So that's currently is working. And the idea is we're taking, sorting garbage and making in like arcade style game out of it, where you're trying to get a high score, beat a timer, like that kind of stuff. Making basically in a nutshell, what we're trying to do is take the concept of sorting garbage and make it as fun as we possibly can in the context of a game. That's kind of what we're doing. Because we were kind of voluntold the whole sorting garbage thing when we kind of want to make an actual fun game. So we're like, how can we make this as fun as possible? I mean, yeah. So that's what we're doing. Okay, so let me now try making fingers once again. If I can click the things I want to click. And my school is going to actually be using this program, game, whatever, learning experience when it's done. So that'll be cool. Oh, I need to... Did that just make one face, or did that actually make 3 faces? It actually made 3 faces. I'm surprised. Okay. Extrude out in your own individual directions. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get to happen. Just so it was more exact. Trying to get a good length of fingers. That's a lot better, frankly. I think the color actually, the color change actually helps quite a bit. It's actually, okay, I'm gonna take that back. I'm gonna do one more change just in that I think this should be a little bit lower. Wait, hold on. This, turn this is what I mean. And now extrude out. And that should be, basically the same. Okay. Okay. So now, we're not done yet, though, because now, I mean, okay, now what do I do with these guys? Oh, yeah, I can do this. Whoa! That's interesting. That looks neat, actually. In a cartoony way. That's not terrible. I don't know. There's something about that that just struck me as whoa, that's actually I don't know, not what I was expecting. It's it actually looks kind of, good. Play around with it a little bit more. Yeah, okay. I mean, compare these, yeah, that actually looks much better. Yeah, I was thinking raccoon hand, pointy, but maybe pointy isn't necessarily the answer. I mean, these could actually have nails on them, perhaps. Maybe. Actually, I don't know if that would look good. But compare these 2 hands. This is what I had earlier. This is what I have now. That's funny. That's great. I'm not going to delete this yet because I want to show my team oh, this is the hand I had before. But I'll hide it again. I can't hide it. Well, okay. To the abyss you go. Wait, or H, this. Okay. Wow. Oh my god, this actually is turning out great. Yeah, I like this. Okay. Okay, and something I just wanted to play around with. I got the idea of. Probably won't turn out good, but I just wanted to experiment. If I take everything of one color here and extrude in the tiniest bit. I'm expecting this to look bad, but I just wanted to see what... No. Yeah, that's a no. Wait. When I do this, do I get... Doesn't select the outside there. What if I did this out? E out. Interesting. What if I do it the other way? Just playing around with random ideas, because what literally just happened, playing around with random idea paid off. The thing it's making is the other color. Okay, that's not... Oh, that's kind of interesting. I don't think that's something I want, but it's kind of neat. I don't think I'm going to go with that. I think I'm just going to stick with how it was. Well, yeah, there's this raccoon guy. I can also still experiment with his actual colors. Oh, and now he's like a fox or something. Or isn't that a red panda? That's an animal, isn't it? I think. Basically, Yeah, panda, but red. No. That's kind of... I could play around with different colors. I mean, he is supposed to still be a raccoon, so he should continue to be a raccoon. But, like... Yes, this says raccoon. So does this. No, I'm not actually doing that. But I could play around with more of like a brown-esque color. I'm trying to make him not look like a bear, though. Interesting. Okay. That is a secondary color. Yeah. I don't know how to tint this necessarily. I mean, also, okay, actually, this could be like a different kind of a thing. I don't like. I don't think that that's not good. Like, in that it makes it look less like a raccoon. I don't know. This, but I just kind of like tinted it towards blue for the sake of it like being tinted toward color. And then this one is meant to be just basically black, but not completely black. What happens if I were to like a dark brown instead? Not sure. Oh, I'm so bad with color stuff. I'm really bad when it comes to like colors in regards to art things. Because like raccoons, raccoons come in a multitude of different colors. So you got ones that are more brown and some that are more gray. Which do I go with? I mean, I could always change the colors later. I mean, like this, yeah, it's a lot more gray. But definitely have ones that are more brown. But I guess like this. I don't know. I think it's more common for a raccoon to be more gray. So I think I might stick with more of a gray. If you, I found a video of the game I was making before that my teacher made. Ooh, if you want to watch a little part of it to get some information. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll totally check that out because we are making a similar type of thing. Sure, you can send that along. Are you in my Discord? If you are, you can send it in my Discord. Or even just a link in the Twitch chat. I think that, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay. I see the thing. Okay, also just going to, yeah, let me just get this good angle here to get like a screenshot of like the in progress kind of thing of it. Un momento. All right. One second, just un momento. Bueno. Okay. YouTube link. Hoping this doesn't have copyrighted music. Huh. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Oh, cool. Cool. Intro-y stuff. Oh, I like the hands. Cool. Cool. I like the trail. Yeah, no problem. I like it. It's cool. Oh, and actual level things. I like the trail as well. Yeah. I like the environment and the raining and the all that. I like the music too. A lot of this I like. Ooh. The people throw garbage at you and then you have to throw it in the right thing. Interesting. You gotta throw it in the right thing. Huh. Cool, cool. Why is it... Oh, it's when you hold it up to your ear, it beeps. Interesting. So then, yeah, you gotta throw things in the right things. Ah, that's cool. Very neat. Probably gonna watch all of this because I think it's cool. And also, yeah, giving ideas for my thing. Oh, there's 4 different things to sort things in? Is that how this is? Oh, yeah, the environment actually gets better as you sort garbage. That's pretty cool. I like that. We were thinking of kind of doing something like that, but in an easy way, where like we just around you there's like tons of garbage, where we just take the models of different garbage things and just copy paste them all around the environment, and then the more you sort, the more they disappear. So like there's just less litter all around. But yeah. No, I like it. It's cool. Also, yeah, the trash like models, cool. Environment getting better, cool. And like the garbage bins that you're having to throw them in, them being really big, so it's easy to throw, like it's easy to aim into it. Like there's not like a challenge of actually trying to like aim. Oh, I didn't notice that. Actually, like, yeah, more changes and stuff. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Very cool. But what I was finishing off my thought, I was just saying, like, actually throwing garbage in a bin, it's not hard to aim, because that's not what the challenge should be of the game. Like, the challenge isn't to actually aim and hit in the bin. You know, it's just getting it. Like, if your intent is to throw it in a certain bin, it will go in that bin, essentially. Oh! I like the carts. This is very cool. Oh. Oh no, is that tree falling down? That's bad for the environment, ain't it? What's happening? What are the noises? Oh wait, or were those trees growing? Oh, those are trees growing. I thought that was a tree getting like chopped down. Or isn't it? Oh! Don't know how good that is for the environment, but I like this. This is great. Oh, and then that's your time limit of how much you have. That's cool that it being on a watch. Yeah. And music is made by one of my friends? Oh, cool. Cool, cool. Did they sing it, or? In Swedish, their band is pretty popular. Ah, cool. I hope that doesn't get copyright strike or whatever, but or whatever the equivalent term is on Twitch. But yeah, should be fine. Oh yeah, that's really cool. I like that. That is very, very neat. No, that's definitely very cool. Maybe I will revisit that at one point and take inspiration of it. My headphones are breaking. Hold on a second. They've been falling apart for a while, and I've been intending to get new headphones. Okay, it's not broken, but like I can fix it later. Whereas the part's just like falling off that I did finagle to reattach, but that's fine. But anyways, yeah, that's cool. Also, Raccoon turning out cool. Very neat. Also did, yeah, some stuff with lighting. I might, now might be a good time to like bring it into Unity. Hold on, I'm also just gonna do a thing. I'm just gonna bring the hands. This and this way, and this one. So I want to take a screenshot comparing the hands. Oh. Now to how they were. Wow. It's also less vertices, which actually then is better on performance in theory. Oh, right. I forgot something. Actually, no. Well, I do need these to have like good bendy points, but the subdivision's kind of doing that. I just want to see, can I get away with? Does it ruin it if I put these in here? Yeah, I think leaving them out is better. What happens if I were to do this? Put this like near here. Just comparing. No, I think that's fine like that. Okay, so just wanted to get a good screenshot of the good angle, like this. Is a raccoon gonna be a character that someone plays as? No, he's gonna be the guy sort of like as you're sorting trash. He's gonna be like in front of you or like running around or whatever, spewing random pieces of dialogue like, ah, boo, you suck. Not really, but like he's gonna give you the tutorial and oh, that's funny. Yeah, okay. We don't know his personality, how aggressive he's gonna be. No, like He's not actually going to insult you, probably, but just saying different pieces of dialogue, almost like a not like a narrator, but that's just as an additional thing to make the game more entertaining. Of just I don't know, funny jokes, funny things. I don't know, whatever things we can come up with. Yeah, that I will be voice acting to a degree. Maybe like a reminder if the player hasn't thrown trash in well. Yeah. Or like a thing like, oh, you got this wrong. Annoying trash inspector. Yeah. Exactly. Redid the hands at 1 point. Here's the... Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, okay. Anyways, okay, so now I think I'm going to delete these hands. Goodbye. Very glad I redid them. That, yeah. Still could be tweaked and improved a little bit here and there or whatever. I don't know if the actual... I think it's too small. I don't know. I'll have to see. I'm also going to still be potentially giving him a hoodie at some point, but I think I might not do that just yet. I'm tempted to... Now might be a good time to... Oh, I didn't do a thing I said I was going to do. Now might be a good time to basically see how this guy looks in Unity, because this is where... This is what's important. This is what matters, is how this actually looks in Unity. Now, I didn't... Right. I need to have stuff be better with version control. I need that exact version of Unity. Will you let me download archive? Great. Okay, I get to go on this adventure now of trying to find a very specific version of Unity, the one that I was using before that I accidentally uninstalled, just so that everyone on our team is using the exact same version of Unity. Okay, so I'm having this off to the side of the exact version I'm looking for. So 2020.3.21. 2020.3.21. This one? Yes. If I click this, are you going to download that version from Unity Hub? Please. Okay. Oh, perfect. Install. Okay, good. That's happening on the side, so which means I'm not going to see this in Unity just yet. I mean, I could like make a new project or open up any project, whatever, but no, I'll wait until that's done and then see how the raccoon's looking in that version of Unity. Okay, so what do I want to do next? Okay, so the head shape, and more particularly the nose and lack of mouth. That's, I think, what I'll deal with next. So this kind of shape here, making it more pointy with where it ends the point with the nose and then going back like that. Okay, so let's see if I can make that happen. I'm going to, go to this version. I don't have to, again, I don't have to match the, my concept, or it's not my concept art, but the concept art that I'm using. I don't have to match it one-to-one, but it helps, and I do actually want to do what is it suggesting here. Like this, I think. So something along those lines. I don't know if I want to... Oh, that's not what I want. Okay. Wrong buttons. Okay. Would this be something that would be better to do in sculpt mode, I wonder? Okay, the goal is to not have this look worse when I do this. Otherwise, I'll just kind of undo. All right, well, I only have a certain number of undo steps, but it'll probably be fine. Should also, like, go down on these angles. Nope. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait, back up on this. Go back to safety. Before it was like this. Okay. Pulling these out was fine. Do I want to do this off a different, like have these be above? Like this loop, no. No, if anything, I want to pull these, I'll put these down actually. Okay, let's do this. Okay, this might help. Are red pandas just red raccoons? Possibly. According to my coloring of this earlier, yes. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Make it also go to a point on the side. Okay. Maybe getting some more. Some more. Okay. Okay. How am I doing this? So it needs to like, it's like, it's not exactly straight, but it kind of is. Okay, if I do this and then bring that down. Okay. Is that better? It looks a little worse with how this transitions the colors, but maybe I can fix that still. By making this still more of a cutting in the way that this is cutting in. Except there, maybe? Something like this. Oh, actually, these go slightly under. Oh, right. Maybe I do that. Or I could try it anyway. Including making this more round. I wonder if that will help or make it worse. Was Blender hard to learn? Yes. Just no question about that. Oh, that's okay, Unity Hub doing things. But I think that's largely because I'm a bad artist. One thing that really helps with Blender, or I mean, I think 3D modeling in general, definitely not a Blender thing, is having concept art. I find like what I'm doing now is a lot easier having concept art, or not concept art references, all that stuff to go off of when making stuff. But I'm really bad at drawing, so that makes that a whole lot harder. Okay, at least I find. But if you're better at artistic abilities in general, you may find or not just Blender. I think like, well, okay, I've never used any other 3D modeling software, so it's hard for me to compare. But I think a lot of things that are difficult with Blender, I'm like 90% sure are things that are just difficult with 3D modeling in general. The same way that like, you know, is Python difficult to learn? Well, a lot of things that would make like Python difficult to learn would just be things that it's hard to learn stuff about programming in general or whatever. Yeah, I'm not super artistic, but I'd love to make my own stuff in Blender. Well, I've been using Blender for five years, except I have this problem where I keep like spending a lot of time not using Blender, and then when I revisit it again, I have to like relearn a lot of things, and I keep doing that over and over and over. So, so there's that. So having 5 years of experience isn't actually 5 years of experience, but I can say on a resume that it's 5 years of experience. Okay, I'm gonna try moving these over and hope that helps smooth that out. And it kind of does, okay. Okay. Cool. But yeah, I mean, I'd say like, if you want to try learning it, then yeah, just give it a shot and try to make stuff. And yeah. And I would say it also depends on what you're actually making. Making environment stuff, making characters. There's also a big difference in that. And from my experience also, like, humans are hard. Humans are really hard to make. So I would not recommend that you start off 3D modeling by trying to make people. So word of advice there. Unless it's like the most low poly people imaginable. We just completed our Python course in school, so I have nothing to do until January. And I want to learn a new skill. Well then, yeah, I'd say totally you can give 3D modeling a try. One thing that being able to be better like at artistic-y stuff with this does is when you're showing off code to other people, especially non-programmers, better art makes the programming look better, which like is a thing. Or like that's how I describe that. Having like you can have the exact same game where it's like, oh, I got a character that can move and jump and stuff. That with the exact same programming, but like, oh, you actually have a character model and like animations. Okay, skipping the fact that you'd have to like maybe program the animations into working. Yeah, art makes programming look better, especially to non-programmers, in my experience, which is why a big reason why I've been trying to get better at 3D modeling and all that. I have, as an example, that's good to know. Yeah. That's my experience. Maybe that's not like entirely true. Like it's not like true 100% of the time across the board. I guess it depends on what you're programming. I think of it in like a video game context. Like if you're making a game and you have art that looks like I don't know. Let's say so. This, for example, when this loads, in a minute. I was expecting this to open faster. Should have opened it while I was rambling. Bah. In a minute. Any second now. Oh no, did it just... I can't get out of this. I'm trapped. What? Oh, okay. Why is this all broken? Can I have... Okay, I don't know what's going on weird here, but whatever. Okay, it's fine. So this was a thing I was making. A bit choppy, but... And actually, it does have some more like art and stuff in the background, which make it look cool and all. But this, if I switch over to... Why is this so frozen? This, in my opinion, this level looks a bit better. It's mostly because of the rain, I think. Yeah, but basically the same programming behind the two characters. Sort of. Those moving platforms and stuff. Okay, maybe bad example, but that's an example of something I made over a year ago that I think looks good visually. Oh, no, wait. Oh, where is it? No, I have a better example. Here. This. In a minute. This was something... This footage is well over a year old, so also the footage is very blurry. This is something I was experimenting with for a game that I'm working on called An Abstract Adventure. Name might be changing, but yeah. So this was a thing. This looks cool visually. And actually, like, there's not a lot of programming going on where these, like, holes are concerned. It's mostly, like, camera tricks and Unity stuff that isn't programming. Something called shader graph stuff. So actually it would be shader programming, but it's like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. So taking that looks really nice. Yeah. But now this looks even nicer. Cool concept. Yeah. So this, I guess, like, this potentially, hopefully, like looks even cooler, and it, like, no additional programming was involved. Holy, yeah. It looks a lot better on this sphere at the beginning. Because it's dependent on, like, the object that, like, these are spheres, those are cubes, how many vertices it has, that it makes it more alive. Yeah. It's a lot. Yeah, yeah, which I think is, yeah, it's cool. And I might be playing around more with it. I was experimenting with having the outline be, like, more than one color, and it's, like, swirling between those colors. But I haven't gotten that to look good yet. This isn't perfect. Like this, that's kind of there, but it's the best I could do so far. And people that don't know Unity/game dev will think this is all made with code, so they'll be even more pressed. Exactly. Yeah. This was shader graph stuff. If you're familiar with Unity, render textures is how this is happening. If you wouldn't tell me this is Unity stuff, I would have thought this was made in code. Well, oh. Oh no, what just happened? My stream just crashed? Oh no. Are we good? Things didn't crash? We're good? Okay. I have only done stuff in Python so far. Oh, okay, fair enough. Cool. Okay, so yeah, I was using Unity terms that that may not make sense to you. I can hear you. Cool. I don't know what happened there. My webcam just but the stream lagged. It lagged on my end. Don't know what happened, but things are not crashed, so that's good. But what was I saying? Yeah. So this is done through camera tricks, actually. So we're essentially, I have two versions of the same level. Basically I'm going to call it the green version and the blue version of the level, and they're both in the same place. And depending on like this sphere, it's like render level A and render level B, depending on like inside the bubble, render level B. Outside the bubble, render level A is kind of how it works. So it's more of a camera trick. Now, these two characters here, I basically have two characters, a cube character and a sphere character, and they both move the same. They are stuck to each other, essentially. So it looks like, yeah, you switch between one and the other when you go through the portals, or the tears, or whatever it is I call them. So yeah, now there's a lot more complicated programming going on in that, like, depending on what side you're on, your abilities change, depending on whether you're the cube or the sphere. But that's a whole nother, like, that's really complicated stuff that yeah, I'll be getting back to at some point when I continue working on that game. Yeah. But I also think it's a pretty unique concept, so that's what I'm hoping to ride off of. That, if I can also make it look better visually. Like, as an example, not that. I did not make this. Dang. Yeah. Like, one thing I want to do with it is, well, yeah, having the environments look visually cool. Like, imagine if one side, if it's both a forest, but one side's a forest in spring with very springy colors, all the, greens and all that. And the other side's like a forest in fall and all of these oranges. As an example, that's going to be the first world of the game. So yeah, that's the idea there. And it will hopefully be cool. But I got to be able to actually make all that stuff. There's a huge difference between me saying things and me being able to actually make such things. Like, for the most part, I haven't touched that game in like a year because I've been so busy with all these other projects I've had going on. But yeah. Okay, so finished downloading that version of Unity, which means I can open up this. So we're going to let that open up, and then we'll see how this raccoon is looking in Blender. I believe in you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I think given enough time, I'll be able to eventually make these things. I just got so much on the go. That game sounds really fun. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll be cool, because I also have a lot of story planned out for it as well. That would take like eons to go through. But I have there's 8 worlds and a hub world. The main thing is you're going back and forth between these two worlds that are like phasing into each other, and that's a bad thing because it'll eventually like destroy both worlds. You have to like go through levels and do stuff to stop it, essentially. Fighting these dark ink creatures called the attrements, because it comes from the word ink being translated into Latin. I forget what the literal translation. Oh no. No, why is my stream cutting out again? No. This is new. Oh no. I'm back again. Is Unity causing this? Is this a Unity thing? This doesn't usually happen. That's bizarre, but okay. I'm gonna hope that it's fine. Is it? I'm not sure what's causing that. I'm gonna hope that it doesn't continue to happen. But whatever. Anyways, what was I just about to search? Oh yeah, well, on Google Translate. A lot of my names for things come from things in Latin. But ink. No, not ink. The other way around. Atrementum. So the attrements. That's where that comes from. But yeah, hopefully the game will be cool. Because also in the levels, more stuff to interact with, like enemies, buttons, collectibles, all that fun stuff. Yeah, got plans, but gotta actually be able to make them. Okay, so with this guy, what do I want to do next? I kind of want to give him a mouth. Except I think for now, because I don't know if I'm actually going to animate a mouth. So I think for now I'm going to give him a temporary, like, rather than a mouth that's like actual opened, like, you know, changing stuff with the head's geometry to have a mouth. Just do kind of like what I did with the nose and the eyes, which is just kind of like in front. So we're going to see about... I'm going to use the nose as kind of a base to start off with. And it's going to be very thin. Very almost just not there. He's just so done with everything. Now, that's what I was going for. Okay, what facial expression do I give him? Do I go with, like... Where was it? This kind of a thing? Do I do the this thingy? Or the whoosh whoosh? Maybe. I guess so. I can try. Okay, so to start off with, I'm gonna move these back together. And then move these more three-dimensionally. And then take these, move it more out. No, this needs to make like gonna be in a slight smile. But close, I guess it needs to be closer to the nose. Is it possible to change his facial expression depending on how well the player's playing? Possibly. So I mean, okay, there's two options for this. One, I have a fully rigged mouth that's like blah, 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 lip, and I do like lip syncing. So depending on what he's saying, his mouth, like, you know, the bones in his mouth, you know, like bones in regards to how you 3D animate stuff, where bones are basically bendy points. So the muscles, I'll say, the muscles of the mouth actually making different facial expressions. So I either do that, and that's going to be really complicated, or having this mouth basically pasted in front where I can have that change depending on what's going on, which will probably, rather than being dependent on what the player's saying, it's going to be dependent on what he's saying. So it might more so just kind of like, whatever he's saying, it like just keeps switching between like open mouth, closed mouth, open mouth, closed mouth. Or maybe it just stays in an open mouth state. I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. That's going to be very dependent on just... It's very dependent on what I'm physically able to create. Like, if I was this expert at 3D modeling stuff, then he'd have a fully, like, rigged mouth that had, like, full-on lip syncing to whatever he's saying and all that stuff. But I don't think I'm capable of that without investing way more time than I have time to do. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. But also he's kind of small. So like it might not even be worth it for me to do fully animated mouth if you're barely gonna see it. So that's another thing to think about. I don't know how close he's gonna be to the camera, how far he is away, like that stuff to still be kind of figured out. Okay, so how do I do this up thing? I think I actually may do something like this. And then move this kind of up. Yeah, that's true. Because that's an important thing in kind of both programming, but mainly like, well, game design, is to, you know, when you're making stuff, keep in mind how it's actually going to be used and let that sort of factor into your actually making it. You know, you're going to spend more time on a player compared to... Oh, let's scale him up so he's massive in game, so it's impossible to miss his mouth. Obviously the perfect solution. The raccoon monster. When we were toying around with like our ideas for the game and what we were gonna do, we had the idea, or I had the idea of, wouldn't it be awesome if like on the last level or like on the hardest difficulty, we have this giant garbage monster, this giant like monster made of trash that's like throwing garbage at you, and then you got to catch it and then throw it in the right bins. I don't think we were going to actually be able to do that, but it would be amazing if we could. That's like, if we finished everything else and we're really ahead of schedule, then we might pitch that idea, because that would be awesome. Imagine this, like it looks like an educational VR game. It's educational. Look, learn how to sort garbage, and then you have this giant monster. And then that would be epic. Yes. Oh, did Okay, Google just like crashed right as I opened it. Furthermore, I'm finding another thing to say what make my idea even cooler is images. If you're familiar with Western University, this is the university that I go to. I think it's fine for me to say that. I'm not revealing my location, especially because I'm about to be doing school online, so I'm not even going to be in the same city. But so this building is like the main building on campus. This thing, when you think Western, well, I've rarely been in this building, but this is like the main building on Western, kind of, sort of. So we had the idea of if as the level, actually this is a perfect camera angle. When you're in the level, you're in basically here where this camera kind of is, and giant garbage monster is on this tower like King Kong. And yeah, that'd be the extension to that idea, which would also mean modeling this building and like the environment around it. But that would also be just even more amazing. Western University. So that's the extension of that. That would be like absolutely incredible if we could do it. Best game ever made. We have this giant garbage monster, King Kong style, on UC Hill is this hill. UC College, I think, is the name of this building. Or this building, this clock tower building. That's the runner-up. One of these buildings. Anyways, so that's that. I would love to actually do that, but unfortunately, the realistic side of things, we probably won't be able to. It's a more all talk, no action, but one can dream. Okay, so he has a mouth in exchange for, I don't know, something weird's going on with his like chin area. Kind of like a lack of chin. It just seems strange. So let's see if I can give him more of a chin. Okay, I think that helps a bit. Okay. Oh, what did I just do? Okay. I mean, if I give him a chin, it should probably be more like where his, like right kind of more under the mouth, perhaps. Yeah. I wasn't expecting the mouth to be this high, but it kind of happened because of, for it to look good with respect to the nose. I actually, taking into mind what I just said before, because he might be so small, it might actually be better that, like what I just did, making the mouth bigger so that you can see it better. If it's too small, it might be, like if you're seeing him like this, and you barely see the mouth, purposely having a slightly bigger mouth might actually be more beneficial in this case. That's something I just thought of. Mouth also looks like a mustache. Oh my god, his mouth looks like the Western W. That's kind of funny. Okay. Ta-da! Raccoon. Oh wait, his feet. Okay, I just thought of a thing to make this better. I don't think I'm going to model like toes, but I think I'm going to change the color of his feet to be the, like this darker color. I saw a message out of the corner of my eye. 1 second. Select everything that I want to select. The game my teacher made, The Citizens Threw Trash the Player. Yeah, I saw that. What if the raccoon would be that the last level threw trash super fast? And you have to play faster to finish the level, or else the world will be destroyed. Well, the raccoon's not supposed to be the villain here. The raccoon's supposed to be the guy that's helping you. He's supposed to be the good guy. The mascot of the game. The raccoon shouldn't be the villain. But what if he got like eaten by the trash monster or something? I don't know. Oh, but no, that is really funny. Yeah. Maybe actually in the tutorial he could do that, being like, oh, here's this thing of garbage. Whoosh, grab it. This is where it goes. So it could do something like that, perhaps. Raccoon's evil twin, the red panda. Yeah, have him come out and it's literally the same model but like colored differently, where it's just like, bam, different model. That's funny. Maybe I do that, or have like the rainbow pandas, the rainbow raccoons, where it's just like different colors of the different things. That's an interesting color, but that would be perfect. We'll think about it. No, it's a great idea. Okay, so trying to fix how, trying to fix how this kind of is. If I do maybe a bit of this, with a bit of this. Okay, it's no, wait, hold on. I think I have a better fix for this, is to do just... So, S bois, and then G bois. Oh, I also should mention, we're going to be working on this game till, like, April, so that's another thing. Like, we're going to be making this game for a while. So, look forward to that. Okay, I think I need to use the knife tool and have this be better cut through everything. Okay, this, and then this should be able to go down and in a little bit, but more importantly, this, which I'm going to scale down a bit more, goes past the upper part. Or maybe not. Oh, the raccoon's entire family spawns and throws trash at the player. Maybe that's what happens if you fail. If you completely, like, you don't hit the high score and you fail, then the raccoon, like, kills you with trash. Okay, is this better or worse than before? I think it's actually worse. Wait, no, wait. No, it's worse, yeah, that's worse. Let me kind of undo. Whoa, wait, when did I move the feet back? That was accidental whenever I did that, I think. Keep them forward. Yep, that's forward, all right. Oh, weird thing is I can give him legs. That's weird. I mean, okay, in actuality, maybe... Oh, actuality, that's not too bad. Actually giving him more legs. Huh? What do you think? Legs or no legs? Like, this where there's basically no leg, it's only foot? Or this where he has, like, a little bit of leg? That looks so weird. Are you sure about that? Not give him some leg. Yeah, a little bit of leg is good. Yeah, I think so. But I have to play more around with the color stuff. Okay, so yeah, move this. Okay, so I think I actually want to pull this down a little bit, and this a little bit, this a little bit. Not much. Yeah. Is this too much? Would it be hard to animate him walking if he doesn't have legs? Probably. I think so. I'm not entirely sure. I will be kind of figuring that out when I get to rigging. Okay, well, if I do this now... That's so weird. You can also be like this, just a decapitated raccoon. Or like a body with legs. Just Jesus. Ha ha ha. Yeah, even this I don't know how difficult, how tricky it'll be to animate. Now, actually, one worry I kind of have is I don't know how well this is going to be with if I were to animate him running on 4 legs, like transitioning from this to 4 legs, I don't know if that's going to really work. Or maybe he just might never walk on 4 legs. He might just always walk like a person. I don't know. Okay, let me take all of him and move him up just a little bit, because his feet should be firmly on the ground. That'll just make things easier on the Unity side of things. H3110 kid. Hello, hello. Oh, hello. That was hello. Yes. Hello in calculator form. Dad, what that? I think his stomach would block his arms reaching the ground. Possibly. Unless his arms kind of like stretch when he like moves. Wow, arms to ground. That's so weird. Yeah. But actually, yeah, it's coming along well. We'll see when I go to animate it. Problem solved, obviously. We'll see how well he looks when I go to actually animate him. One thing actually I'm going to do real quick is on the ears. I eventually want to attach all the different parts. I think that'll make like the actual when he's animated, I think that'll make that work better. Rather than right now how there's certain parts that are like kind of separated. No, that's not what I want. But I'll do that eventually. It involves some like complicated stuff to actually combine them. I will get into at a later point in time. For now, though, I'm just kind of bending the ears a bit more, making them more 3D-ified. They're quite big ears. Raccoons don't have this big of ears. Oh. Well, then. But I think I like them being this big. Just because... There we go. I don't know how I've just evolved into just scaling everything a lot. I kind of like the big ears, I think. Maybe I scale them down just a tiny bit. Oh, his hair. Oh, what happened to his hair? Oh, I didn't move his hair when I moved the rest of him. Yeah. Do I make this hair tuft bigger? I could. Origin to... origin to geometry. I might give him bigger hair, yeah. Bigger hair. No. But just a little bit bigger. Yeah. And I think, like, I ideally would maybe like there to be, like, rig bendy point bones on this hair so the hair could, like, sway, maybe, but that might be a bit overkill. Also, maybe I move the actual hair to not, like, be so, like, perfectly in line with the ears. Like that kind of, yeah. Is it better in front or behind? In front, but maybe not that much. Something like that. Okay. This weird thing going on a little bit. I don't remember how to exactly handle that. Oh, it's because of this, isn't it? Can I get rid of this? I'm just going to dissolve it for a minute and see if that makes that subdivide a little better. Did that break anything here? It did. So I'm not actually going to do that. This should be fine. This should get fixed in Unity. When Unity does like auto smoothing stuff, or not, stuff to like rebuild the normals, that should fix that in theory. Okay, so this is our scene that we have right now with for the garbage stuff. Oh, what? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna hope that was fine, whatever that was. This is what we have so far. Hopefully it'll, you know, be a lot more than what it currently is. Most of this semester has been planning. Next semester will be a lot more actually building. Oh, you're making Blend 1 files. Why? I'd prefer if you didn't do that. Oh, that's probably what it was failing to convert. Okay. Let me fix that real quick. Yeah, switching Blender versions reset all of my settings, and I would prefer if you didn't do that. Okay, I need to do... Where are you? Save version 0. Save. Okay. So let's see just basically without doing anything. How does this raccoon... Oh no, are you having... Oh no, are you actually... Wait. You having problems with this? Oh, because it's in Blender 3.0. Does it not know how to import something from Blender 3.0? Oh, it's 6 a.m. for me in Sweden, so I'm pretty dead. Been studying algorithms and data structures in Python this entire night, then came here to relax. Ooh, that sounds awful. And now I'm almost sleeping in front of my computer. Fair enough. Oh, it can't import this. Okay, actually, I mean, I'm not in the most recent version of Unity, so the most recent version of Unity might be able to handle this. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to need to export the FBX. I hate doing this, but I will for now, just to test it. Wait, what's cube? Cube, this is tail. Oops. I'll go raccoon tail. And what is sphere? Sphere is eyes. I don't know why I'm prefacing everything with raccoon, but whatever. I guess I am. This is body. No, this is head. What's the body then? Oh, you're not where you should be. Okay. Raccoon body. All right. Well, okay, wait. That's not gonna actually affect anything over here. I then need to go export FBX. Oh, I can export only the selected objects, right? Yes. So that's I only want us to export those things. Export selected objects. Let everything be the same. Let's see what happens. I don't do this very much. Oh my god, he's massive. The whole exporting to FBX thing. So okay, I'm gonna go scale factor 0.5. Right. Yeah, he is massive. Well, I definitely have a lot of room to scale him down. Okay. So now we can maybe get a better sense of his actual, what his actual size will be. Yeah, there he is. Actually doesn't look that bad, but the lighting and post-processing effects and all that can be a lot better. Cool though. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of put him off to the side, or over here, whatever. Okay, so if this is the size of, you know, player and all that, actually, he should be small enough to climb up on this table, in theory, and like, I don't know. These are all temporary objects. None of this is going to be in the actual game, probably. Okay. So how small should he be? And actually, I kind of want to, might be better that I scale him down here. Just so that I'm working in Blender with what the actual sizes of things will be. I think that will make Rigify work better. But for now, just to see, I'm going to kind of scale him down here. Okay, so how big should you be? I don't know, how large are raccoons normally compared to, like, garbage? This is a size that makes sense, I think. I don't have my VR stuff plugged in right now. If I did, I'd actually test this and actually look at him. But I think this is fine for now. Let's turn him a bit. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, we got raccoon mascot guy. Except I have to like do stuff to change like materials. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'll start doing this. We need a folder for materials. I guess I'm gonna store that on an object by object basis. Materials. Blah. Okay, so now all of these, what needs to change with them? So these guys are going to be basically the same, and then the eyes and the nose are going to be the same. So what values work best? 0 in both? Don't be that shiny. probably just like that for now. I could play around with maybe making like normal maps and doing more complicated stuff with this, but for now that works. And these guys being a lot more specular, but not overdoing it. Come on. Hold on. Yeah. Oh my god, why is that being weird? Don't zoom in so much, please. Okay. I could do this a little less smooth. I don't know. 0.5 maybe can be what works. No. Like that maybe? I don't know. Okay, this is only making it pure black because I think I don't have reflection probes set up properly. Whereas this would actually add more color if I did. So for now, I'm just going to go with that. That's probably good enough for now. Again, I can play around with it more later and do more stuff. But let me just get a good screenshot of this. And then it's like midnight, so I might be calling it a night soon. Yeah. All right. Actually, yeah. Wow. Wait, how much smaller did I end up making him? 0.31. Okay. So 0.33. Actually, let me go get 0.33. So being completely a third of, actually I won't touch that right now, but yeah. Actually, let me do a thing. Like go back to how it looks over here first. I like the better lighting of this, but yeah. Good. My mouth changed his tail. Actually, I'm just gonna take a side thing. Here's a side thing. Just taking screenshots and yeah. Hold on. And then him in Unity. Okay. Ho ho ho. Okay. Whoosh. And got him in Unity. Blarg. Okay. Yeah. Things a lot worse there, but it's a work in progress. Whoosh. Okay. Right. This doesn't like this, so I'm gonna. Oh, okay. You need to use Blender. And like, oh, it doesn't. Okay, yeah, it doesn't recognize. Okay, so it's a Blender like 3-pointer. It doesn't look great, or it doesn't recognize. Yeah, so I'll look into that. Maybe I'll need to get a more recent version of Unity, and or downgrade back to like Blender 2.9 or whatever. I'll see. I'll look into that. But yeah, I think we made good progress today. I am quite happy with how this guy's turned out. He's not done yet. Does not have the Western attire. So we're thinking of basically giving him a hoodie with a W on it, like the Western logo's W. I don't know if that means I'm going to have to give him the actual like hood part, or maybe it'll just be more of like a, well, I think I will, probably, yeah. And then like the little like string things, that like pocket. Yeah, I feel like that could be like his default pose if I can actually animate him putting his hands in his like sweater pockets, like the pockets that you'd have like here. That'd be a nice like default pose for him, I think. Yeah. He doesn't have eyebrows. Should I give him eyebrows? I'm just realizing that. Or would I want to? Because I'm just realizing that I'd have to think about like how would I animate him being like angry, for example. Would I just like use these as eyebrows effectively? That doesn't look mad though. that looks evil. If this one also went down, pretending that that one went down too. Here, let me do actually this. Okay, maybe I give him eyebrows. That'll help him be a lot more expressive, perhaps. I might be able to make eyebrows out of his former mouth. Give him just a unibrow. Let me fix this. Can I have this? This is... Oh, no, I can't. That's not actually... right. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's go with this then. Oh, buttons. Yes. Going back and forth between Unity and Blender. Ugh. I remember short keys. Short, hot key. Daikin words. Bleh. He looks better. He looks. I think he looks better with eyebrows. Yeah. Okay. That's definitely the call. I like him so much more now. Immediately, so much better. Oh yeah. Who knew eyebrows mattered so much for cartoony facial expressions? Okay. Like immediately, this is now so much better for communicating facial expressions, I think. Yeah. All right. Just playing around with things. Hey, okay, I can't do blinking. Not that I don't think that's really a problem. Oh my god. He's gone cross-eyed. Why is the eyebrows? Why? Okay, hold on. Let me undo that real quick. I think I need to do. Okay, I think I see what's weird with the eyebrows. I need to do the same trick that I did with the eyes if I want to be able to do that. And right now I can't make them asymmetrical, but eventually I could do that. Why does it just not look like I'm... Oh, because the eyebrow... Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, the eyebrows aren't a separate thing. Okay, separate. That's why. That's what weird. Separate selection. Which one's which? This is the eyebrows now. Eyebrows. All right, and then this. Oops, not that. Origin to geometry. Okay, now I can do this more freely. Thank you. Which means I can do this and have it be funny. Interesting. 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 Very fascinating. Jeez. Okay. So I could play around with more like where his eyes are. That no, but I'm gonna go for. I'm just gonna leave them where they were because I think they're fine. Yeah, move them like just a little bit closer together. That might be better. I'm just gonna leave them where they were. Yeah, okay. I'm also going to make his mouth. I think I'm gonna make his mouth a separate object. I think that will help later on with things. Might be wrong on that, but we'll see. Mouth. All right. And I don't need to change stuff with that. Well, it has a mirror based on the raccoon body, and actually I'm going to get rid of it there because that just doesn't need to be a thing. Oh, when did I turn off clipping? Oops. that was supposed to be on. Fine though. These two, it's fine being off. These ones aren't being mirrored. Okay. Making sure everything's all good. Cool. Cool-z cool. All right. Let me export this one more time back into Unity. Selected objects. Selected objects. Okay. Export FBX. Bwarg. Yes. Oh wait. I should scale this down, shouldn't I? I said I was gonna scale everything down by like a third. Where are you getting off screen? Oh. Oops. Did I have the camera selected there? Okay. I want to scale this down by the 3D cursor, which is in the center of things. So scaling them down by a third. 0.333s seem to be good for size. Okay, then applying the transforms. Or not all transforms. I want to just apply rotation scale, actually. Eventually, I'm going to combine some of these things. Actually, yes, no. For these things that will eventually be combined, I will. Actually, no, not the. Okay, but the head and body and tail, I will eventually combine into one thing. So I'm going to have all three of them share transforms for right now. Okay. So small. Oh, maybe I should have scaled down the references in case I continue to use them. Okay, so let me go S point. Okay. And then boosh, boosh. All the lighting and stuff is going to be off. Is it? It's fine. And the camera's off, but that's okay. So hopefully that's a good size. I can scale him up whenever. Oh yeah, this is a guy I made. It's myself. It's for my logo and all that. Okay, so now let's see what has happened. Did I get the updated thing? Yeah. What was different about that? Oh yeah, eyebrows now. Yes, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Woo. All right, well, I think we're actually going to call things here for today, which, yeah, which unfortunately might be my last stream for a while, because, well, okay. I might stream tomorrow. If not, then I'll have to see, based on what's going on, but, or plans and all that. But we'll see. If I am streaming tomorrow, I don't know what I'm going to do. Either it's going to be working on this or something else, a programming Unity thing. I will have to see. I will make that call when I get to it. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap things up for today. But yeah, so Hayes Dev, if you are still here, yeah, thanks for dropping by. And yeah, I'm quite happy with how this has turned out so far. Frankly, I was concerned about whether I would be able to pull this off, and I think I did. So, woo. I mean, we're not done yet with this, not by a long shot. I still have to rig him. Well, I have to finish actually, like... I have to finish making him in terms of, like, clothes and stuff. Like, well, the sweater. And whatever changes I make. I'm tempted to... I don't know if I maybe want to rig him before I give him the sweater, just to see how it looks, how this currently is. I think if there's anything I'm going to have to change, it's going to be like the appendages, like how the legs and the arms are. But hopefully it should be fine. Hopefully it should be decent. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I have to rig him up to be able to move, get that all into Unity, all working, do some test animations, and then yeah, figure out the voice stuff. What would be nice, like the end like test thing would be to have him have an animation with a voice line, and yeah, and then figure out like a voice for him for that, get that all working, and yeah. But anyways, I think yeah, I think I'm gonna call it for today. I'm getting tired. yeah, I'm happy with how this is turned out and whatnot. So I'm just repeating myself at this point. So I think I'll end things off. And next time I'll either be continuing this or working on like an abstract adventure or some other third thing. You'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, so that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching. And as always, I'll see you around.